down to win the game, who makes like the plays and who doesn't make plays. And the same thing with last year. It's pretty much the same. I think we're a well-rounded team. It just comes down whether we play baseball or not in the game. Over the 2 years that Coach Buehler's been teaching me, that I've learned that just to always stay down on the ball and you never give up in the game, no matter what. Even if you're down, anything can happen in the game of baseball.
Miguel, when he first started, he was very, very raw. He worked hard to hone his skills, and right now he can. I have a lot of confidence in him. As far as wherever I put him on the field, I believe he can get the job done. Third baseman it's speed. What he brings there is he's to the ball quickly. He can get to a lot of plays that unfortunately people we've had earlier in the season could not get to. And he just, he brings speed to the position. He's a streaky hitter, and there'll be days when he looks really good, and there'll be other days when he struggles, but he keeps maintaining his composure.
My advice is don't give up. I mean, it's always tough at first, but once you settle in, eventually everything will just start going. I have to say the most influential people is my mom and my grandma.
Thank you for joining us tonight. I ask you to please silence your cell phones and any other electronic devices and refrain from creating any disruptive sounds. We will begin our evening by asking Minister Harvey Haynes from Ecclesia Christian Fellowship Church to come forward to lead us in the invocation. He will also lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please pray along with me. All-wise and almighty God, our Father, we do come before you on this occasion, Father, because your word instructs us to cast our cares upon you because you care for us. Master, I look to you and I lift up the men and women of this council, Father, that you have ordained to govern this city. Father, I pray that you would bless them in their personal lives, that they might give diligence to the matters that are brought before them. Master, I pray that you would give them courage, that you would give them wisdom, and that you would give them guidance as they decide the matters that are brought before. God, I pray for the citizens of this great city, Lord, that they would be confident in bringing matters before this council, Father, as you restore and guide the trust in this body and in this process. Father, we know that you're able to do anything but fail, and so we trust that you will guide, that you will guard, and that you will protect. We ask these blessings in Jesus' name. Amen. Now, for those of you that have hats, I ask that you remove them as we recite our Pledge of Allegiance. Please recite with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Pastor Haynes. Before we start with the presentations, I'd like to ask the city attorney to report out closed session items.
Yes, Mayor. With respect to a closed session item E, which is the city of which listed as the city of San Bernardino versus city of Grand Terrace, council gave a negotiation directive by consensus with Councilmen Barrios and Valdivia absent.
Thank you. The first presentation to this evening is to 4 students from Pacific High School, and I'd like to invite them to come down and join me at the podium. Carolina Chavez, Alma Casada, Mariah Stafford, and Kimberly Sanchez. Also, we'd also like to ask their teacher to join us and the principal. couple of months ago, we launched a program called the Mayor's Youth Academy. It's a pilot program to allow some of the students in our community to shadow the mayor. And so they shadowed me over 2 events. One was both of them were at the airport. I serve on the San Bernardino International Airport Authority, and I also serve on the Inland Valley Development Agency. And so we asked them if they would like to join and follow us during about a 4-hour period of time. Their instructor, C.J. Eastwood, together with Dr. Ormundo, they agreed to allow us to pilot this, and we think it's been very successful. So we'd like to present to them certificates of participation. Together, one of the requirements was that they needed to write an essay, and upon successful completion of that, they earned a $25 Amazon gift card. And so we'll also be presenting that to them tonight, along with the certificate of recognition. So the first one will go to Carolina Chavez. In recognition of your participation in Youth Academy, commend you for your effort and hope that the experience helped and pave a clear path for your career and educational goals. Best wishes to you in your future endeavors.
It was a pleasure following you around, Mayor Davis. Thank you for this opportunity, and hopefully I do this more often with you.
Alma Quesada.
Thank you for this opportunity to be able to shadow you and see how you work the community. And I want to see what you have for the future.
So as you can tell, they're not quite prepared for this. This is part of being a mayor. Mariah Stafford.
Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for choosing us, Pacific High School, to do this with you, and it was a pleasure.
The last student this evening is Kimberly Sanchez.
I'd like to thank everybody that participated when we went to the airport for the experience, and I'd like to thank you for choosing Pacific as the first school.
CJ and Dr. Raimundo.
I just want to say thank you for giving this opportunity to our students to see a day in the life of our mayor. It's an experience that not a lot of high school students get to be a part of, and it was very generous of you to give up your time and give back to our students in this way. And I hope that as this program grows, that maybe other city leaders will provide the same to our students. Thank you.
Thank you. You ask your families to come forward. Would you like to have a picture? Is Ed Ridjovic here? Ed, if you'd come down. Next, we'd like to issue this proclamation. This is National Library Week. Ed Ridjovic serves as our librarian. Proclamation of the Mayor and City Council, National Library Week. Whereas, in observance of National Library Week, patrons are encouraged to visit one or more of the 4 San Bernardino public libraries, either in person or virtually. And whereas, besides checking out books and doing research, libraries offer various free activities such as preschool, story time, crafts, workshops, author visits, and entertainment programs. And whereas libraries help change lives in their communities, campuses, and schools, serving people of every age, education level, ethnicity, and physical ability. And whereas libraries and librarians work to unite community members for the enrichment and shaping of our community. And whereas libraries help preserve our nation's cultural heritage by collecting, digitizing, and preserving original and unique historical records that help us better understand our past, present, and future. And whereas libraries, librarians, library workers, and supporters across America will celebrate National Library Week. And whereas our San Bernardino Public Library celebrated its 120th anniversary in December 2016, now therefore the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino do hereby proclaim April 9th to April 15th, 2017 as National Library Week. Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much to the Mayor and the Council and our City Manager for your support of libraries. As we know, the last several years have been challenged, obviously, with the financial condition, but we appreciate the support of everyone with the circumstances that we deal with. And as the Mayor stated, we welcome everyone to come out and visit our libraries, even if Feldheim has a bit of reduced operations right now as they're in the process of replacing the skylight. So we're glad that that project, including the replacing of the roof at Feldheim, is finally in full underway, despite the challenges posed by the rain this winter. And also this month, as we stated, visiting libraries in person, also you can visit our libraries electronically. This month we had the highest usage ever of our Overdrive ebooks and audiobooks purchased and provided for us by our Library Foundation, as through its generosity it augments the funding available to the city. So again, thank you to everyone for the proclamation for National Library Week, and thanks again.
Thank you, Ed. Next, I'd like to invite Ms. Kaylee Calderon to come forward. The City of San Bernardino issues this proclamation of the Mayor and City Council recognizing April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Whereas all children have the right to receive the care, protection, and guidance a family provides, to be free from harm, and to have their physical, emotional, and educational needs met. State and federal governments have proclaimed April 2017 as Child Abuse Prevention Month for the purpose of promoting community involvement in the prevention of child abuse. And whereas more than 30,000 children in San Bernardino County were referred to Children and Family Services for suspected child abuse and neglect in 2016. And whereas the Adverse Childhood Experience study conducted by Drs. Vincent Felitti and Robert Onda demonstrates long-term health, social, and economic risks that result from childhood trauma. And whereas with the blue ribbon as the international symbol of child abuse prevention, the San Bernardino County Children's Network, in partnership with the San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors, the member agencies of the San Bernardino County's Children Policy Council and Child Abuse Prevention Committee have planned a blue ribbon media campaign the 19th annual Shrine of Light on Child Abuse Awards breakfast during the month of April to increase awareness of child abuse. Now, therefore, the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino do hereby proclaim the month of April 2017 is Child Abuse Prevention Month.
Again, I'm here from representing the Children's Network, which is a partner of Children and Family Services that was formed in 1986. The overall goal of Children's Network is to help at-risk children by improving communications, planning, coordination, cooperation, and integration among agencies that service children and youth. In 2016, San Bernardino County had 31,614 child abuse referrals. In the city of San Bernardino, for the year of 2016, there were 5,805, and in 2015, there were 5,947. Child abuse does come in many forms, including physical abuse, emotional, sexual, and neglect. We recognize the detrimental effects of child abuse and neglect that not only have an effect on the health and well-being of the victim, but also on the health of our communities. Studies, which were mentioned in the proclamation, the Adverse Childhood Experience Study, demonstrate that children who experience severe adversity and maltreatment are far more likely to experience negative health and behavioral health outcomes later on in life. So we just want to thank you for issuing this proclamation on child abuse prevention, and we appreciate your response and participating. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next, I'd like to invite Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem John Valdivia to come forward, and he will make the next presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call forward Jaime Palomino. Hello, sir. Come on in. The City of San Bernardino would like to declare and proclaim April as the Fair Housing Month, whereas April marks the 49th anniversary of the signing of the Federal Fair Housing Act by President Lyndon B. Johnson, and whereas the Fair Housing Act and its amendments of 1988 prohibits discrimination and promotes equal housing opportunity for all, regardless of race, color, age, religion, sex, national origin, disability, and familial status, and whereas the City of San Bernardino is committed to the mission and intent to provide fair and equal housing opportunities for all, since access to housing is an important quality of life issue that is interconnected with health, safety, education, jobs, and equality, and whereas the City of San Bernardino has participated in the Federal Community Development Block Grant, otherwise known as the CDBG program, and through its partnership with Inland Fair Housing and Mediation Board, assesses community fair housing needs, conducts educational campaigns, and provides an informational housing office to promote fair and equal access to rental, sales, and lending in housing. And whereas the City of San Bernardino is committed to the mission and intent to provide fair and equal housing opportunities for all, since access to housing is an important quality of life issue that is interconnected with health, safety, education, jobs, and equality. Now, therefore, the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino do hereby proclaim the month of April 2017 as the Fair Housing Month, and recognizes the efforts of housing industry associations and nonprofit agencies, including the Inland Fair Housing and Mediation Board, to further fair housing in our community, presented this third day of April, signed by our Mayor and all 7 council members. There you are, my friend.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and committee members. On behalf of Inland Fair Housing and Mediation Board and our CEO, Marie Flannery, we would like to thank you for proclaiming April as Fair Housing Month. As fair housing advocates, we believe that fair housing is so important because it plays a large role in defining a person's quality of life. Inland Mediation Board is proud to promote equal access and opportunity in housing by providing education on fair housing laws, investigation of fair housing discrimination complaints, and assistance to individuals who wish to file a complaint for housing discrimination they have experienced. We invite the City of San Bernardino to celebrate with us the progress we have made since the passage of the Fair Housing Act 49 years ago, and our commitment to continue our efforts to end housing discrimination in our communities and affirmatively furthering fair housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Valdivia. Next, we'd like to invite Mark Seco to come forward for a presentation regarding San Bernardino Art Night.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. I'm just here briefly to talk about the city's second annual Art Night and recognize a few of our partners. The event is taking place on Friday, April 21st and Saturday, April 22nd. We are anticipating 10,000 people in attendance. We have 103 entrants. So there will be food trucks, there will be music all day Friday and Saturday, and then community-based artists as well as participation from San Bernardino Valley College. We have Rebecca Ward here from San Bernardino Valley College, Cal State San Bernardino, and most of the high schools within the city school district. And all of this was made possible through a donation, or I shouldn't say a donation, budget appropriation from the Fine Arts Commission. The city collects a cultural impact fee, and we have 3 members of the Fine Arts Commission here, and they have allocated $15,000 towards this event. And the chair, Dottie Garcia, could not be here, but she has a message. Councilmember Marquez didn't want me to say this, but the chair asked that I deliver the message that Councilmember Marquez donated her micro loan towards this program. So again, it'll be a great event. Come out, food, music, entertainment. And very quickly, this is the chair, Barbara Babcock.
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair, sorry.
Vice Chair. And also Deborah Bunger and
Joyce Seeger.
Joyce Seeger. We are so excited about this, but we need you to help for us to get 10,000 people here. We have a lot of these brochures, and we have a limited number. They do no good sitting in Mark's office. So if you, on television, watching or here, would like to help put this at a laundromat or at a child care center or at your church, please call Mark's office, and that number is?
It would be Stephanie Sanchez, but she can be reached at 384-5357. And I think most importantly, social media, SB Art Night. Please follow us on Facebook, like us on Facebook. We're actually starting to post some of the art that people will be seeing on the 21st and 22nd. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to hear about this. I know we did this last year, and I guess we're going to have this as an annual event.
That is the hope. Yes, there were 3,000 people that attended last year. The event was one night. It was May of 2016, and it was such a success that we've grown it to 2 nights this year.
Okay, and I just want to applaud the efforts of the Fine Arts Committee and your office and your staff. I think it's important to remember that the arts, we can see examples throughout the United States where a vibrant arts community has served as a stimulus for downtown revitalization and redevelopment. And so my hope would be that maybe not this year, but certainly looking forward as this grows, that this is really an opportunity for us to showcase the work, the efforts, the projects that are slated for our downtown, because these events tend to bring a demographic to our downtown that may not necessarily come downtown San Bernardino typically. And I think it's a great opportunity for us to start telling our story in terms of what is in the pipeline in terms of our downtown redevelopment, revitalization efforts. So my hope would be that maybe next year we could incorporate a showcase of some of the projects that are slated for downtown, so we can start telling that story and getting people excited about San Bernardino and the great things that are coming. So I appreciate your efforts, and I look forward to it, and I will certainly get the word out.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And again, like us on Facebook.
Thank you, Mark. Next presentation will be from the Chamber of Commerce, Leslie Stevens.
Go South Carolina. I'll get no resistance there. Good afternoon. I'm Leslie Stevens, Director of Sales and Marketing at the Residence Inn here in San Bernardino. I'm also a Chamber Board member, and I'm here to deliver our April events. Baseball season begins in our beautiful San Manuel Stadium with a number of Inland Empire home games beginning April 6th at 7:05, and then again on the 8th, the 10th, the 11th, and the 12th. There is also an afternoon game on the 9th at 2:05. Time for Change will host their 15th annual gala on Friday, April the 7th at the Doubletree in Ontario at 6 p.m. Andrew Lloyd Webber and Tim Rice's classic, Evita, about the life of Argentina's Evita Perón. Did I say that right? Returns to the California Theater at the Performing Arts Friday, April 7th and 8th at 8 p.m., with a matinee performance on the 8th and 9th at 2. The Chamber's regular Wednesday coffee clash meetings always take place at 7:30 a.m. with Margie Miller of the City News Group as the guest speaker on the 5th, Eloise Heberkost on the 12th, who's talking about the Loma Linda University's Children's Hospital's Big Hearts for Little Hearts program. The Chamber Government Affairs Committee will feature a legislative breakfast with our new Assembly member, Eloise Gomez-Reyes, on Friday, April the 14th at 7:30 a.m. at the Arrowhead Country Club. This is an ideal opportunity to get to know your new Assembly member, and tickets are still available, so call the Chamber at 885-7515 to reserve your place. And April 19th is our monthly Chamber luncheon that we host for anybody who's welcome to join us at Chili's at 11:30. Go Tar Heels.
Thank you. That concludes our presentations for the evening. Once again, we thank those who participated. Next, we move to our consent calendar. We have two speakers. First one is Eric Flodine. Item number 16. Now is the time when we're taking those comments. Oh, excuse me. Item 16 is public hearing. Thank you. With that, we have no public speakers for consent calendar items. Do we have any council members that want to pull any items? Councilmember Marquez?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to pull number 8, the city clerk minutes for purposes of abstention.
Councilmember Barrios?
No, sir.
Councilmember Valdivia?
And today, sir.
No, sir.
11, 13, 14, and 15.
11, 13, 14, and 15?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Richard?
No, thank you.
None, Your Honor.
Thank you. We have a motion. A motion and a second to move the balance. Motion, I believe, was made by Councilmember Valdivia, seconded by Councilmember Charette.
And let's include it with you abstaining on 8.
Yes, that's correct. I'm abstaining because I was absent during that council meeting.
Right. I did.
Councilmember Fruit.
Good.
I'm not showing a vote.
vote yes.
We'll have to take a voice vote on that. Don Paul.
Yes, for the record, I have motion for, sorry, I'm having a technical difficulty on my end, too. Can I do a voice call vote, Mr. Mayor? Virginia Marquez?
Yes, I'll abstain.
Councilmember Barrios?
Yes.
Councilmember Valdivia? Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Nickel?
Yes.
Councilmember Richard?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulvihill? And that passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item number 11, which is pulled by Councilmember Nickel. This is a recommendation to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino establishing the classification job description for the Housing Division Manager.
Yeah, I had a question from a constituent regarding, looks like we're creating a new classification, which is the Housing Division Manager, which is my understanding, correct?
It's new. It's really a reworking of the old Deputy Director of Housing.
Yeah, and the only thing I needed was clarification, so we will be discontinuing the Deputy Director of Housing position and reclassifying it, so we won't have two positions.
That's correct.
Okay, I'll move to approve.
Second.
Motion to second. Are your computers working?
I need to do a roll call vote because,
Go by that and put me down as a yes.
okay, great. Okay, so motion by Councilmember Nickel, second by Councilmember Valdivia, and that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
I just make a note that my computer hot. Maybe we get somebody down here to help get it connected. I'll be voice voting until we get it correct.
Very good, thank you. Next is item 13, recommendation to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, approving amendment number 1 to consulting services agreement with Mary Blige to increase the contract in an amount not to exceed $120,000. Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, a question just came up. This is a contract position, is my understanding. Just a quick question. What would be the equivalent were we to have this person hired as full-time staff when you consider all the compensation, benefits, retirement, everything else? That was a question that was posed to me, and I just thought I'd ask so we can put this in context.
I don't have those numbers at my fingertips, but it is typically, well, first of all, I should say that Mary is not working full-time. She's working maybe 30 hours a week. If you looked at that salary and added 35% on top of that, which is typically what is done, I think it's safe to say that it would be 35% higher than this dollar amount.
Okay. Well, I do support it. I just move for some questions, so I will support it, and thank you.
Are you moving it, Councilmember?
Councilman Valdivia.
Move for approval. Thank you.
I'm a yes.
Can I do a roll call vote? Again, I have a motion by Councilmember Valdivia and a second by Mulvihill, and I'm registering several ways. So, Councilmember Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Barrios? Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Nickel?
Yes.
Councilmember Richard?
Yes.
Okay, and that passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next is item 14, Item 14 is a recommendation to adopt resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino authorizing the acceptance of administration of the Board of State and Community Corrections 2017 Law Enforcement Grant in the amount of $55,811.60, amendment of the fiscal year 2016-17 adopted budget, and issuance of a purchase order to Embassy Consulting Services in the amount not to exceed $24,000. Councilman Nichol.
Yeah, my question was related to, I know several meetings ago we approved the ceasefire initiative, and this looked like it was significantly comparable to some of the elements of the ceasefire effort. Is this in addition to ceasefire, or I didn't see any reference to ceasefire in the agenda item? Is this a different program? Maybe you could.
This is a completely different program. Since the passage of AB 109, the governor and the state legislator has allocated money at the local level to combat the effects of realignment in AB 109 and Prop 47. In past years, we received the money in a different way. This particular year, the money came with essentially a different set of expectations and strings attached, so to speak. So we're using it primarily as a training chunk of money to put everybody through the department through crisis intervention training and helping our officers better deal with folks with emotional disabilities and disturbances and such. And that's what we've allocated this chunk, which had some very specific functions associated with it.
Now, will ceasefire also include similar types of training for officers?
This is not related to ceasefire.
I understand that. But the question was posed to me, well, are we?
No, there's nowhere in the ceasefire is a community-based approach to dealing with violent crime and specifically individuals that may be at risk for being involved in violent crime, specifically shootings. There's not really a mental health component that's ever been integrated into it unless the potential offender or that person identified as a potential offender or victim has those mental health issues that they're dealing with, in which case we would connect them with the right services. Totally separate from this program.
Okay. I'll move to approve.
Thank you. We have a motion and second. Please vote.
And I'm in favor. You can use all the electronics, and I'm a vote. I'm a yes vote.
Henry.
Hoover. It's working now? Okay.
That passes unanimous, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next is item 15, recommendation to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, establishing hourly rates for temporary part-time officer and/or employees of the City of San Bernardino.
Move for approval.
Councilmember Nichol.
Okay. Yeah, the question I had was, I believe in 2015 the minimum wage was $9 an hour, if I'm not mistaken. It then went to $10 an hour in 2016, an 11% increase. 2017, it'll go to $10.50 an hour, a 16.67% increase. Question was posed to me by constituents that looking at these new wage increases, these far exceed 16.66%. In some cases, they've doubled. What is the basis of these? And it looks like this is just the first year, so we're going to have another increase again next year. So I'm seeing increases of 24%, 25%, 29%. Far in excess of the 16.66% that we've seen since 2009 with the minimum wage increase. What is the basis of almost, in some cases, double the minimum wage percentage increase?
Do you have specific ones that you're referring to?
Yeah, okay. So, for instance, animal shelter attendant went from 1527 to 1856. It's a 25.5% increase. Business registration inspector goes from 21.7 points, $21.65 to $26.32, 25% increase, and that's just for this year. From what the agenda item says, that an additional amendment will be presented to the City Council for the upcoming mandated minimum wage increase effective January 1st, 2018, and annually thereafter until January 1st, 2022. So this is just the first.
And I can explain that because you're looking at from to to. It's not saying it's current. For instance, the animal shelter attendant, it's not currently 1527 to 1856. This is a range. So it's a ranging starting at 1527 and topping out at 1827.
So, and what increase are we, what are we increasing it from, and what are we increasing it to?
So if there's not if you look at the action column, if it's blank, there's no increases to those positions. If there's an increase to a position, we would note it on the action column. Say, for instance, the apprentice went from $10 to $10.50, so we did increase.
Well, I think the confusion was in the from to. I got quite a few calls, and people were saying, wait a minute, these increases are much more than the minimum wage. So what you're telling me then is that the only impacted wages will be just those that have an action item connected to them?
Yes.
Okay.
And
right.
I'll note that for the future.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second.
I vote aye. I'm going to vote no just. You're starting to assume. Well, yeah.
Motion made by Valdivia, second by Mulvihill, Councilmember Mulvihill. That passes unanimously.
Thank you. That concludes our consent calendar items. Next item on the agenda is a public hearing. However, the public hearing is noticed for 5:30, so we'll, is that correct?
Yep. I don't see that on the agenda.
Mr. Bursi,
So-
what time was the public hearing noticed for?
The hearings are now noticed at 4 o'clock.
At 4 o'clock, okay.
Yes.
Very good. We will then move to item 16. This public hearing is now open. The recommendation is to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, certifying the final environmental impact report, State Clearinghouse number 2016-031080 for General Plan Amendment 16-01. Development Code Amendment, Zoning Map Amendment 16-01, Specific Plan 16-01, the Rancho Palma Specific Plan Subdivision 16-02, Tentative Parcel Map 19701, and Subdivision 16-03, Tentative Parcel Map 20006, and adopting the findings of fact and mitigation monitoring and reporting program pursuant to the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act. Anyone wishing to provide testimony on this issue, please stand and be sworn in. You will swear him in, City Clerk?
I don't know that he has the oath. Do you have the oath with you?
Thank you. Did we conduct that appropriately?
It's legal.
Good enough.
Thank you. All right. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Item before you today regarding the Rancho Palma Specific Plan is about a 2-year collaborative effort between city staff and the applicant and their design team and environmental team. We've worked closely with them, and the developer will be here shortly to also provide his presentation on there. I'd also like to, at this moment, introduce Chantel Power from our staff, who had worked closely with this as well, prepared the staff report, and she'll be available to make the presentation and answer any questions for you at the conclusion. Thank you.
As Mr. Mujica was kind enough to introduce, this is the Rancho Palma Specific Plan. which includes a discussion of the final environmental impact report, General Plan Amendment 16-01, Development Code Amendment 16-02, and Specific Plan 16-01. Sorry, 16-01 on all of those. Planning Division recommends today that the Mayor and City Council certify the final environmental impact report, introduce an ordinance approving the land uses associated with the specific plan, schedule a second reading for May 1st of 2017, and refer to the subdivisions 16-02 and 16-03 for the associated tentative parcel map and tentative tract map, which was reviewed by the Planning Commission in February, but changes were made to those maps after that Planning Commission meeting. So the Planning Commission will review the changes and conditions to those maps on April 19th, prior to the second reading scheduled for May 1st. Larger projects such as this require additional review in the form of community engagement, land use and general plan consistency, flood protection measures, and traffic measures, which were considered during the environmental review process, and potential economic benefits. And just to orient everyone where the project is located, it's basically on the northwest end of the city, with project boundaries generally formed by Cable Creek to the north, Palm Avenue to the east, the 215 freeway to the south, and Little League Drive and Magnolia Avenue to the west. It is currently all zoned Commercial General 1 with a small piece of flood control abutting part of the parcels. The applicant for the project is Strata Palma LLC, represented by Mr. Eric Flodine, who will also make a PowerPoint presentation following this presentation. The proposed project proposes to change the general land use designation and zoning districts to establish land use policies and development standards with the intent of constructing a maximum of 120 single-family residences and approximately 98,000 square feet of commercial uses, establishing a connected, walkable, mixed-use neighborhood within a gated community. I just wanted to call the council's attention quickly to a correction that was made, or that should have been made, to the staff report regarding the parcel maps. The acreage was off, so the report, I believe, states 1.82 acres for parcel 4, which is part of a Regan Park expansion, but that parcel is actually 0.54 acres, which is consistent with the specific plan and EIR analysis. The project requirement for parks is actually 2.09 acres, but Rancho Palma has exceeded that and contains a total of 2.28 acres. Staff has worked jointly with the applicant and environmental consultants during the preparation, review, and completion of the environmental review process required by CEQA. And the final environmental impact report was a project of that collaborative effort. But prior to submitting the formal application, the property was actually purchased in 2014. Since then, actually in 2015, the applicant met with the surrounding community, specifically the Verdemont Heights community, 5 times over the course of that year, conducted a market analysis, and completed a pre-application review with city staff prior to submitting that formal application, which was done in February of 2016. In March of 2016, a notice of preparation was circulated for the draft environmental impact report, followed by a scoping meeting in April of 2016. The result of the scoping meeting and community concerns were folded into the draft specific plan and environmental impact report, which was circulated for the CEQA mandated 45-day public review period in July of 2016. The city received comments from 4 agencies, and responses were drafted and included in the final environmental impact report. And then the project was moved to the Development and Environmental Review Committee who forwarded the project to Planning Commission after review. The Planning Commission in February forwarded the project to the Mayor and City Council. The specific plan contains 7 chapters: the introduction, development plan, development criteria, design guidelines, sustainable guidelines, implementation, and the associated appendices. So, as part of the plan, there was a little chunk. I'm trying to see, where's my pointer? Oh, it doesn't have a pointer. Okay, sorry. Up on the north part of the project, you can see that there's just a small chunk that was previously designated commercial general. It doesn't seem to serve much purpose as a commercial parcel, so that is being dedicated to the Parks and Recreation Department, as well as the portion of the flood control channel on the north part of the project will be dedicated to county flood control. And this is just an example of the tentative parcel map. And then you can see briefly how the parcels will be separated. So we have a larger homes will be built basically on the west side of the property. Slightly more dense, smaller housing units will be they're all single family, will be built within basically the middle of the project site, and then the commercial uses will be built out on the east end of the property. The project will definitely increase traffic in the area and conditions in the general location, but not as much as if we were to leave the parcel, the entire 41 acres, to be developed solely for a commercial center. Improvements to the existing streets adjacent to the project will help mitigate some of the traffic concerns. And the project applicant is also paying impact fees towards future freeway ramp upgrades in the area. And again, you can see the breakdown of the tentative track map, which will be for the residential portions of the proposed project.
Councilman Mulvihill?
Yes. No, that will not be landscaped. It's currently classified as publicly owned flood control. Yeah. Yes. And that's not the city's zoning designation. That's a plan that was put together by the applicant just to show the different areas of the proposed project. Yes, that would be, it's designated as according to this planning area map. Moving forward, The final environmental impact report includes the public review draft environmental impact report and technical studies, revised draft environmental impact report, responses to written comments, the CEQA findings of fact, and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Additionally, I wanted to just note that as part of the environmental impact report, it's required that the project analyze alternatives to this project. So with a no project analysis, future development of the site would be left to the current zoning designation, which is all commercial at this point. And as I pointed out previously, the traffic impacts would be even greater than they would be with this proposed project. And we would not get the needed housing or open space requirements. For the second alternative would be a no commercial use, and that would increase housing that is needed and would also generate less traffic, but it would leave the surrounding community, which is already underserved by commercial retail, without that commercial retail, and could potentially send those revenues that we could get from this project to the city of Fontana, which is pretty much the closest location to this area. The third alternative is the increased commercial use alternative, which would increase traffic congestion beyond what is proposed and would not gain the housing and open space requirements identified by the general plan. The benefits of the specific plan include economic growth, employment opportunities, sustainability, provision of needed housing, provision of needed commercial businesses, and provisions of needed open space. Planning Commission Resolution Number 2017-014, forwarding the recommendation to the Mayor and City Council that Mayor and City Council adopt a resolution certifying the final environmental impact report, adopting the findings of fact and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and introduce an ordinance approving General Plan Amendment 16-01, Development Code Amendment, Zoning Map Amendment 16-01, and Specific Plan 16-01 based on the findings of fact.
Thank you. And you had a presentation by Mr. Flodine next?
Yes.
Councilman Mulvihill, did you want to ask your questions now, or want to wait until the presentation? Councilman Nichols? All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Flodine? Thank you for your presentation.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, council members. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. My name is Eric Flodine. I'm with Strata Palma. We are the landowner as well as the applicant for this future community in Vertimont. We have worked for over 2 years now diligently with the city staff and with the neighbors, and I'll tell you more about that in a moment, with our technical team. Some of them are here this evening working on the different site characteristics. So what you see tonight is really a collaborative effort between a lot of groups to get to this point today. Before I move on, I want to say that, because I don't have a slide for this, I want to mention that before we start any project, we have a market analysis prepared. Market analysis is done, we use a group called the Concord Group. They're a national firm. We use an office out of Irvine. And the reason that we do a market analysis is they're really looking they're looking at the numbers, right? They're looking at the supply and demand. They're looking at raw data, and they're coming at it purely from a quantitative aspect. Because at the end of the day, with all the cooks in the kitchen that get to here, and we can't deliver a project that actually the market will want, then it really hasn't done us any good. So At the beginning, we do a market analysis. Are we going to be... Okay, so I have a flash drive in my box. I need to bring the presentation up. If you please excuse me for a moment. If it's okay with you, I'm going to move on to the next, to my next point, and I'll just catch up for efficiency, okay? Chantal explained where the project is, and if, knowing that area of Verdemont, you know where that's at. It's an infill property. It really is an infill property located at 215 in Palm. It's surrounded by the freeway, then by the wonderful soccer complex to the north, and then housing, and you have commercial, and you have wonderful schools up there, and so really it's an infill property that's surrounded by different residential types, as well as a varying density, character, and ages. And then you have the commercial and different social and recreational aspects there. So that's where the site is. Now, I mentioned to you about the market analysis. We bought this property in November of 2014, and that's about the time that we kicked off the market analysis. Well, I met very early on with Councilman Nickel, and I can't remember exactly what month. I'm going to guess it was November or December. I met with Councilman Nickel, and per his guidance, I met with the Verdemont Neighborhood Association, as you can see by this outline, just over a month, less than 2 months from the time that we closed escrow, purchased the property. About 6 weeks into that, we were fortunate to be able to meet with the Verdemont Neighborhood Association, the VNA, the board members, really just to get to know each other, introduce myself, introduce our company, and talk briefly about the project, about the property. Fortunately, they had a membership-wide meeting coming up on the end of that month, January 29th. And so we were able to get onto the agenda and give a presentation at the January 29, 2015 meeting, and the room was packed. I would guess there were over 50. I'm guessing maybe closer to 75 people in the room at that moment. The way that the process that we use for community outreach, my first meeting is always without a site plan. And it's always confusing because people want to come to the first meeting and they want to talk about the site plan and they want to say what's wrong with it, and they want to get into the weeds and really, get riled up. And I always get a confused look on their faces because I really just come with an aerial saying, here's the property, and then I come up with the big Post-it notes, the big notepads, like the win, lose, or draw or Pictionary, big notepads, and just put them up on the wall and really just go through a charrette. And the charrettes are focused on what are your concerns, what are your desires, sort of wish lists, frankly, for our property. But we come up with a wish list because at the end of the day, I don't live there. At the end of the day, these neighbors live there. So we go through that process at the beginning. So we went through that process for about an hour, very fruitful, pages of notes. And then 4 months later, it came back to the overall organization again, to the same overall membership. Now, that was an ice cream social, so I had to go fast because I was between them and the ice cream. But there was the first time that we presented an initial site plan based on all the feedback, based on the market analysis, based on the technical studies that we had prepared by that point. A week later, I met with a couple of the Verdemont neighborhood, the board members. They asked me to refine the site plan a little more, make the lot sizes larger, and therefore that reduced some of the lots that we previously had. And then about a month and a half later, met with the VNA board members one more time, showed them the revised site plan. And then that site plan that I presented at that last VNA board members meeting is the site plan that we created, that we used for the application. Okay, so we went through all that process. And since then, I've had a very open and transparent communication with the board members themselves as sort of as the connection to the overall membership. The project objectives, pretty wordy here. These are project objectives that are both in the specific plan as well as in your staff report as I've reviewed it. So I just go through these real quickly. The Rancho Palma specific plan and future community, it will be a mixed-use community that will contain a neighborhood commercial center, a variety of future resident lifestyles and life cycles through the different lot sizes. It will increase Verdamont's recreation opportunities. We designed this project to be compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods to give this a real sense of community and character, and create a pedestrian environment with walkable parks and commercial areas. We're going to improve the circulation with improving West Little League and Magnolia Avenue, provide additional public parking on those streets. We designed the project with an RV storage yard. I'll show you that more when I have a visual. We're going to reduce water consumption, energy consumption, and really provide a fiscally sound project at build-out. So the objectives. So Chantal really went over this site plan already. I can ask. I feel free to answer any questions as I go through the project, but I have a couple more. The reason I wanted to put this slide up, this image, is really to show how we've incorporated this site plan into the setting. As I mentioned, it's already surrounded by existing uses. It's an infill site. What's important is one of the things that we were asked to do by the Verdamont neighbors that attended our meetings. Originally, let's see if this one works. Originally, we had a row of homes along the channel here. Okay, pretty logical. We back the homes onto the channel. The existing neighbors along Irvington, on the north side of Ronald Reagan Park, asked if we could increase the distance. So if you're standing at this person's front yard, for example, they have the street, then they have a segment of Ronald Reagan Park, and then they have Cable Creek, right? And then would typically be the back of our homes. We pulled this row of homes, the segment of the community that's closest to the existing homes, we pulled those homes off of there and then oriented the street so that the homes that are closest to that perimeter are actually fronting, right? So those front, and as we all know, front architecture is a lot more attractive than rear architecture. So when this row of homes looks across the park and the channel and this private park here and the street, I mean, we put these homes as far away as we could, and then they're going to be seeing basically a row of front architecture. That was a very important point that Verdamont, that our neighbors asked of us, and we were able to accommodate that. The park that I was just mentioning on the north side, those row of homes that I was talking about, are these row of homes here. So we created a linear park. We took those lots out. We were able to create a linear park that will be for the use of the Rancho Palma residents and their guests. There will be an additional pocket park. That's a small park that's on the other side of the community, and then in the southeast corner, and that's what this represents. I'm sorry it twisted, but the southeast corner of the site, there's a pedestrian paseo. So that's located down at the southeast corner of the property. There's a pedestrian paseo, so you can walk from the residential area right into the commercial center. So instead of getting in your car and driving all the way around, you can walk there if you're getting your daily needs, your groceries, your daily needs. You want to go to get a sandwich or you want to go to the restaurant. So that was mindfully done. And then we have the Ronald Reagan Park expansion. So we own half an acre, it's a little over half an acre adjacent to the existing Ronald Reagan Park. And what a treasure that this city has. I didn't know the history before I came here, but the treasure, which is Ronald Reagan Park and the piece of the Berlin Wall in your city, it's amazing. I've visited a couple times, and so the fact that we own a half an acre of private property next to the existing Ronald Reagan Park gave us an opportunity to set up an area as an extension of that park. We will dedicate it to the city. We will put the improvements in. The project will put the improvements in. Then the city will maintain it after we dedicate that half acre to the city. So this is really more a gathering place. We don't see a need for any more turf. The existing park is already turf. So this is really just more of a gathering space. And so you can see the gazebo that's up here on the park. Now, we were fortunate that that VNA had a very organized neighborhood association. Oftentimes we go into projects and we don't know who to meet with. Fortunately, the VNA, they're very organized. We always had a conduit to talk to the, to talk to the residents. And going through that process, we met with, as I mentioned on the previous slide, I had an opportunity to meet several times, many times, face-to-face with the board members. And, they had co-presidents, Barbara Sky and Michael Kraft. And, I met Michael through this event, through this activity, and I've met with him at least 10 times. And he was actually here in this council chambers for our scoping session. That Chantal talked about the scoping session. He was here in the front row. And he was always such a wonderful man, and I know that he was involved in other aspects of the city. And just that 2 years that I knew him really made an impact on my life. So we've decided that gazebo, which I pointed out to you, we're going to, so that park expansion will include the Michael Kraft Memorial Gazebo as a community gathering place to celebrate his life and the positive impacts he made, not just to Vermont, but I know for the entire city. So we're really looking forward to sort of giving back and making that, Michael was just full of life. So very happy to do that. The specific plan has a lot of design guidelines, a lot of requirements. The architecture is defined in there. There's really being, here you see the commercial architectural styles, the examples. Some of these places you probably recognize. And they are intended to be craftsman or farmhouse/ranch and maybe Spanish, really to tie back to the city's heritage. And that would also continue over into the single-family residential architecture as well, so it all ties together. We had a fiscal impact analysis and an economic impact analysis prepared by a firm named Nadelson Dale Company. They're out of Yorba Linda. So based on the project's characteristics at build-out, this project will increase the city's tax base through property tax and on-site sales tax revenues by approximately $330,000 annual net revenue, addition to the city's general fund. By providing local employment, it will improve the jobs housing balance in the area and reduce vehicle miles traveled. We'll improve the existing and future public roadways adjacent to the site. We benefit existing local businesses because you have these, new homes that are coming in or these new commercial areas that are coming in. And existing service and maintenance and product companies that are already in the city can, assist with the project's additional business and residences. The project should generate approximately 563 construction jobs. And then, moving forward, once it's completed, the estimate is approximately 360 full and part-time employment positions as part of the commercial and retail center. As I mentioned, we're really proud of the time and effort, dedication that we went through to get to this point with everybody that I've mentioned. We asked your council tonight for a yes vote so that we could move this project to the next milestone. There's still a long way to go, a long way. Some of our technical team is here. If you have any detailed questions, happy to answer them. And your staff has been very helpful for this process. So we appreciate them. We appreciate your leadership in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. I found the documentation that you provided very concise, very easy to follow, and the flow made it very easy to walk through it. I did have a couple of questions for you, if I could bring your attention to packet page 187. I don't know if you have the agenda.
I have it. 187.
The first item is more of a housekeeping issue. In packet page 187.
Yes, sir. I'm there.
Has to do with fire services and emergency medical services. Under M, public services.
Yes, sir.
The paragraph that begins with explanation. That should probably read the county fire department. The city no longer has its own city fire department. So when you started this,
yes, that did change since that time. Right.
So that's just a matter of housekeeping. But also on the next page, on page 188,
Okay.
having to do with police protection.
Yes, sir.
Under the explanation, the San Bernardino Police Department currently includes 312 sworn officers. You may want to confirm with the police chief, but I believe budgeted we have 259. So maybe you include something additional in that 312. But you might want to take a look at that because it would impact the ratio of the sworn officers to the 1,000.
Okay.
All right. You take a look at that. And then on the flood, the flood flows, the stem wall, and maybe you could pull up that diagram that shows the wall or the flood channel.
Not this one?
Not this one. The one that's, the one where Cable Creek is a little more prominent. That one.
Oh, this one? Okay.
Down there.
Yes, sir.
So, could you explain that you have a wall that's going to be separating Cable Creek from the project, and I believe you've indicated that there's a stem wall with a tubular wall or a fence that would then allow some view from the residences to the north. And I understand that the pad will actually be 2 feet higher than the flood plain, is that correct?
2 to 5.
2 to 5. What's the height of the stem wall?
So the stem wall is just for...
And the tubular fencing will sit on top of that stem wall, is that correct?
Right. So the pads, the finished pads along the northern portion of the property are 2 to 5 feet above the floodplain. Okay, above the existing flood line. All right. So, and in addition to that,
those are just earthen berms.
The levee that's there today is an improved levee. So the water line that's designated on the FEMA map, this section of Cable Creek has base flood elevations already marked on it, versus on the other side of Little League, to the north, where it's not improved yet, there's no base flood elevations yet because it's not an improved channel. In this area, we know what the base flood elevation is per the FEMA maps, and it's above those designated elevations that the pads are raised 2 to 5 feet. In addition to that, to answer your question, in addition to that, the specific plan shows a stem wall, a pony wall, basically a few courses of CMU, of block wall with a view fence on top of that. We were asked by the Verdemont neighbors to our north not to put a 6 foot, let's call it a 6 foot tall block wall along that entire section because unfortunately, as we all know, it becomes a graffiti canvas. So that stem wall is to allow, when we get into final engineering, so until we get into the final engineering of the project, we won't know if that's, 1 foot or 3 feet tall. We don't expect it to be any higher than 3 feet, but we won't know for sure until the final engineering plan is prepared.
So is one of the purposes of the stem wall to help to divert potential flood flows that would go through there?
Yes, sir.
And one of the reasons I'm a little sensitive to it is because in the city about 2 years ago, we had a flood, and it was just a downspout that took place near the airport. And as a result of that, there was substantial flooding. Had there been some, and it was a result of, I believe, the basin being backed up and clogged. And you have 2 basins here, one to the north, I think, and then you'd have one at Palm also. And so if there was an occurrence where there was a flood that resulted from the basins being not clear, are you taking into consideration the potential for that flooding, and the stem wall together with the heightened paths would help to divert it enough to allow for flooding not to occur along that cable channel, Cable Creek?
Yes. One of the technical studies that has been prepared for this point of the project is a preliminary hydrology plan. And so based on the data that we have from, we coordinated with County Flood, because that is a county flood channel. We coordinated with County Flood, and the information that was provided was incorporated into the conceptual hydrology plan. As mentioned, additional engineering does need to be completed to get that to, a final number. So I recognize your sensitivity and concern, and we've addressed it because we recognize that the FEMA map is a little, I'm sure you're aware that the FEMA is considering whether that levee is to be validated and for how long. And I'm sure everyone on the council is aware of that. So that was the reason that we went above that we went that 2 to 5 feet additional. Not that we needed to today.
In case the flood...
Just in case FEMA decided, they're the government that are here to help. So we just decided to do that so that our project could stand alone.
In the event that it was to be decertified and the levee results in that becoming a designated flood zone with a different designation, what would be the impact on the homeowners and their insurance?
Oh, I don't have the exact numbers, or at least doubles. I mean, we have in the FEMA map. This is a regional problem. This is not a project. This is not a Rancho Palma issue. It's a regional issue. If FEMA were to decide to decertify, then there are, and I did a quick count a couple of months back, there's at least 150 homes on the north side of this channel who would be in a world of hurt with that situation. So we're happy to help the city and the county, as necessary.
But the mitigation that you're proposing is a result of the study that you've done.
Yes, sir.
Would that help to reduce the potential impact?
For our project, yes.
For your project?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One other question that I have, and I'm not sure that Mr. Flodine, you could answer this, but on packet page 193,
yes,
the last paragraph under utilities, it reads, the reclamation plant, including both primary and secondary treatment, has the permitted capacity to process 33 million gallons per day MGD and currently processes 28 MGD. And I thought that we actually are processing less than that, so it would appear that you probably have more capacity. That as a result of the drought, the savings that the city has been incurring in terms of the amount of water. So I would just be curious if it actually is 28, because I believe it's actually probably less than that.
I'm not able.
I know you probably couldn't answer that, but if we could maybe follow up on that, because it actually gives you more capacity. Your project doesn't impact that anyway, but just I think that it is less than that. Those are the questions that I had for you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I do appreciate I've had an opportunity to speak with Mark Persico, and he addressed some of these questions, and I appreciate your follow-up on it also. One last question that I have, though, is, well, for the moment anyway, you had indicated you'd done a market study, and that market study was both of the residential and the commercial?
For the entire site, yes.
For the entire site.
And
so from that market study, there's viability for the retail commercial part of the project?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, the market study actually said up to 98,000 square feet, 4,000 square foot lots, 6,000 square foot lots, and 250 apartments. When I mentioned 250 apartments at the VNA meeting, I thought I was going to be, tarred and feathered. So we respectfully removed apartments off of what we think the market could bear. And then when I mentioned that we had met with the VNA members and increased the lot sizes, we started with 4,000 and 6,000 square foot minimums per their market study and went to 5,000 and 7,000 square foot minimums. So.
And the illustration shows 4 commercial properties.
The illustration is intended just to show that there's really 2 anchors. We envision a grocery store and a pharmacy on sort of as bookends, and then those other boxes that are in there are meant to be inline retail. serve your daily needs, and a restaurant pad that's separate from that, because I can tell you the VNA members who are all involved in the Western Regionals up there, they said, we don't get it. These people have nowhere to go, nowhere close to go during all these hours that the parents spend up there. So.
Yeah, and I would think they would also serve the soccer fields
Yes, sir.
and the season that they're operating there. Councilmember Mulvihill?
Yeah, I guess I'm going to repeat a little bit. The concern I had was over that levy, and I'm looking on in the draft EIR, page 3.8-16, and the previous page 15. It deals with the levy in Cable Creek, and if the levy is decertified after buildings have been constructed, a method of protection flooding will be needed to avoid the need to raise the finished floor elevations. All these solutions can occur within the footprint of the existing levee. Now you're saying that you're going to build the levee, the channel, and you got the levees on both sides. Where is your retention wall going to be? On top of the levee, or is it beyond the levee?
Right. So, just using this conceptual plan up here, I don't have a picture of the levee with me, but this levee is actually, here we are. The levee is flat.
Yeah.
Okay. There's an access road, and then the slope and the flat area of the levee, a slope back up, and then an access road. There's an access road on both sides of the levee today. Okay. So our retaining wall or additional, protection there would be right at our property line. So right at our property line here, which is outside of that access road. So whoever the maintenance entity is, or if they needed to do any construction, all fits in within the existing maintenance road area, the right-of-way, let's call it.
Now, if the levee is decertified, does the Corps of Engineers inform the city, or who reconstructs it then? County?
I can't answer that, sir.
Obviously, it's going to be important to the people who live in this project but the decertification is going to be a public statement that's going to be passed on to engineering departments.
Oh, yes. Yeah, my understanding is city staff has been involved with communication with FEMA and the county flood department. We have not.
The question I have is with the final EIR, with your, just a comment, obviously, and looking at the queuing studies that were done, and the dates on the queuing analysis, the dates are all in, I guess, August 14th to the 17th of 2016, which is when the university is in summer school and it's the third session. I just suspect if it were done any other time, during the school session, you'd have a lot different numbers.
While the traffic engineer is coming up, Councilmember Mulvihill, regarding and I know the mayor had some questions as well regarding Cable Creek, that is an issue that the Public Works staff has been working with both the county and with FEMA. This is an issue that's about 10 years old, or probably more. There's professional disagreement between the city, the county, and FEMA over the long-term stability of those levees. And as the applicant, Mr. Flodine, has pointed out, this is not a project issue. This is a region-wide issue. So, yes, it is something very much that city staff is focused on.
Yeah, because there was a fire, the old fire, in 2003, and then around Christmas time of 2003, there was really a massive flood.
Yes. Yeah, I wasn't here at the time, but I've heard a lot about it, and I'm very aware. So
Cable Creek looks like a very dry riverbed right now, but it can look nasty.
That's not always the case, yeah. So
there were cars in it, and mobile homes and so forth. So.
Yeah, the applicant has, out of an abundance of caution, installed mitigation measures. So we are confident that, at least for this project, they have addressed the issue, and we are aware that it's a much larger issue. And it would have impacted more than 100 homeowners north of Cable Creek. So it definitely has a lot of interest to the homeowners up there as well as city staff.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Mark.
Certainly.
Councilman Nickel?
I guess the traffic engineer is going to come on. And I guess I'm not really terribly concerned. It's just the timing of the analysis that this was done, that it was during the time that the university, basically, third session of summer school is the least popular. And so had you done it a month later, when school is in session, I think your numbers would be a lot different.
Yeah, good evening. Hasib Qureshi, Urban Crossroads. Just to clarify, I believe the sheets that you're looking at are actually our model output sheets when we ran the analysis. That's not when the counts were taken. That's when we, in our office, ran the computer model to, do the analysis to determine what the queues are. The actual counts were taken in May of 2015 when school was in session.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We always collect, we're always mindful to collect traffic counts while school's in session.
I have to, I'm particularly sensitive about this because there was a development that took place. In fact, the traffic signal on North Park Boulevard in front of North Park School at North Park and H Street, the engineers did the traffic count study on Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, when the North Park School was closed. This was back in about 87, 88. So I guess I'm very sensitive.
Understand that. I understand that. We've learned our lesson over the years.
Yeah.
Any further questions?
No.
All right. Councilman Nickel?
Well, first, for purposes of discussion, I'd like to go ahead and move this item.
Second.
And I do want to thank Mr. Fodine. As he had mentioned early on, he contacted the council office and was very responsive. I think you've set a very high bar for me personally in terms of the level of engagement that you were willing to participate in, and I think our community really appreciates the level of engagement that was received, and so I want to thank you for that. I did have the chance to attend. I know I attended at least one of those meetings, and I thought it was a very frank, very good discussion, and I think, as you had mentioned, some things were discussed. I think the issue of high-density rental apartment housing is something that's very sensitive to many of my constituents, and I thank you for taking that under consideration, and the design elements and so forth. So thank you. Thank you for the diligence that was taken in this process, and I think we have a very good quality development. I know recently there's been some articles. I read an article in the LA Times, but as a state, we're facing a housing crisis, and there really is an effort to push more toward infill development rather than pushing outside city limits. Let's look at areas within our cities that we can develop and make higher and more efficient use of those infill areas within our city. And I think this development is an excellent example of the high-quality type of infill development that we can look forward to in the future. That said, there were a couple of questions raised during my constituent meeting yesterday. I think you touched upon some of them already. Okay. Obviously, the congestion mitigation issue, the intersection of Palm and Kendall, which is really it's a city issue. We've been dealing with, maybe this is a question more directed to our city manager, but the synchronization of the signals there. I know we have the signal coming off of the freeway, and then immediately you hit another signal at the corner of Palm and Kendall, and I'm consistently receiving complaints about what appears to be a lack of good synchronization there, and we do have congestion issues there. And I think just as a basic quality of life issue as we're moving forward, and certainly to ensure that we're conducive to this type of development moving forward, I would like to see some effort put in ensuring that signalization and those congestion issues are addressed and mitigated as we move forward. There was a map presented early on in the presentation from the Community Development Department, a very colorful map you had. Would it be possible to pull that up quickly, or?
You're referring to the land use plan?
What's that?
The land use plan with?
I believe, yeah, it was a community development plan. It showed the street networks and, yeah, the land uses and so forth. But I did have a question as pertains to, my understanding is part of the development costs will be to improve Magnolia, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that's unpaved as of today, and that will be paved as part of this project, I assume, that the costs of paving Magnolia will be incorporated. There we are. And the question I have, I know for years we've gone back and forth on this question. This map actually shows Magnolia going through to Kendall. My understanding is that, in fact, does not go through.
It doesn't currently. I think the plan right now was for that street to go through, but that will be vacated as part of the overall process.
Okay. And what is the plan? This is probably more of a city question, but what is the plan long-term to bring Magnolia?
Chestnut is actually going to be vacated, and I believe Magnolia is going to be a cul-de-sac. A cul-de-sac.
Okay, because this map shows Magnolia going over Cable Creek. Was that the plan? Is that I've received different response from city staff in terms of what was actually anticipated and planned in terms of Magnolia coming all the way through. I know some of the residents up in that area have asked me about when Magnolia is anticipated to connect to Kendall. Are there any plans? Will there be any plans?
Councilman Nichol, I can speak from the project's involvement in this process. Magnolia will be improved with the project. So yes, today it's a dirt road next to a row of trees that somebody planted there some time ago, and people that are visiting the soccer complex are just parking all over the place, as anybody would naturally do. With Magnolia being improved, then you will now have basically parallel parking, right, all along up and down that portion of Magnolia. The specific plan shows Magnolia as a cul-de-sac ending right before the channel. For two reasons. Two reasons that the project approached us. One, our initial meetings with the VNA said, please don't let Magnolia come through. We don't want that traffic to come through. You know, they have the two schools, right? There's the elementary and the middle schools that are up there, and they are already dealing with, you know, the AM and PM drop-off and pickup. So the request from us for, you know, project owner applicant was, please don't allow Magnolia to go through. Well, okay, that's a request. Then we have to work with the city to see what does that do to the circulation. I can tell you from our traffic impact analysis that was prepared, Magnolia going over the channel does nothing for the project. It doesn't benefit or, you know, is a detriment to the project. So our project has a cul-de-sac and Magnolia not extending.
Okay. I think that's satisfactory for me. I appreciate it. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Just to clarify also, Magnolia Avenue is not part of the current 5-year CIP program for improvements in that area.
It is not.
It is not.
Thank you.
Councilmember Richard.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take time to thank everybody that had something to do with this project. I believe that new housing is a good thing for the city and what will help us tremendously. You guys mentioned that there was 563 full and part-time positions. You know, when we're looking at employment for the city or employment in the city, surely we cannot tell you who to hire. But I would just ask that you guys please look at that as a best practice to hire some people that reside and live in the city of San Bernardino. That will be a wonderful thing when we're talking about 563 jobs. So, thank you.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations to everybody. This is a great project. I wish it were being done in the First Ward, but that's okay. It's being done in the city, and that's what's important. I do have a follow-up question. I believe the mayor briefly discussed about police and fire services. And Councilmember Nickel, you can probably help me out. I believe there are originally 2 fire stations there. However, one is closed, one on Kendall, or restoration.
Number 5. That's... the Palming Kendall Fire Station is operative.
It's open?
Yeah, the fire station near Kendall and University
Is not.
Is not.
Okay. And
Number
that-
12 is open, number 5 is closed.
And that just kind of concerns me down the road because I know that with more housing, we'll need more services. So it's just something to think about. Also, unless I totally missed it, because this is a really good project, what is the timeline? When will it be built?
My best guess, based on the next steps, I think the earliest that you would see sticks going up in the air or construction starting is 18 months. That would be the earliest.
Wow.
And I think you're probably closer to 2 years.
2019.
I mean, if it was just the city, I think it'd get there in 12 months. But there's other agencies that have something to say,
Sure.
right? So I'd like to conservatively tell you that it's 18 months until you see sticks.
2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for this great project.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. I certainly appreciate your investment in our city. Thank you for bringing this project to our city. I'm in full support of it. I do have a couple of questions. When we talk about Magnolia, are we talking from Kendall to Irvington, that the northbound will be a cul-de-sac, or are we talking southbound from Belmont to Irvington is going to be a cul-de-sac?
Maybe you could see it lightly on this exhibit here. So Magnolia runs from Little League Drive in an east-west manner up to just before the Cable Creek. Right, so it's the northern perimeter. It's the northern boundary of the site.
Got it. All right. So we're talking south of Cable Creek is going to be a keyhole cul-de-sac.
Yes, sir.
Regarding the, I never did get. I think Chantal, you suggested that the CIP 5-year plan does not have Magnolia to be paved. What is it exist? What's the existing? Is it dirt?
It's dirt.
It is dirt.
It's about a 12-foot wide dirt trail.
All right.
It's not a circulation element. It's a parking lot.
All right. Regarding the parks, I have a couple of parks questions. If you could bring up the slide, please, on the Ronald Reagan Park, the expansion park, and I think you had about 2 or 3 slides. If we could go through those, please.
Okay, bear with me as we scroll through it. Here, okay.
All right, thank you. What is the approximate square footage of that expansion?
The entire triangle, which is the property we own, is 0.54 acres.
0.54?
Yes.
And that's in addition to, back up to the previous slide.
Yes, that's in it. So, right. So the in-tract, if you will, the in-tract parks are 1.75 acres. And then outside, the Ronald Reagan Park expansion is another half an acre.
So we're at about 2.25?
Yeah, I may be off by a couple hundredths, but it's 2.28. Yeah.
And this expansion park, if you go back to that, that's only because, what was this initially designated as a commercial?
Designated commercial.
So there's no value for it, there's no...
Well, we paid for the property as if there was value for it. I mean, this was part of the entire, purchase.
Can I see this triangle here?
Yes.
On the site plan? Where, because I'm trying to find it on your general site plan.
Sure.
Your map.
Here.
Whereabouts?
I'm going to do it, okay, here. It's on the other side of the channel.
Okay, all right.
Right here.
I got it.
See it right?
I can't see it, yep. All right. And there's no commercial value for it, based on what analysis? The Concord Group?
The difficulty with the commercial in that location, you wouldn't have enough parking area. The city's code requires some sort of parking, which we couldn't meet. And then that commercial would be basically inaccessible to anybody except those, couple hundred homes that are surrounding it. I mean, a commercial business to thrive in that area,
It's going to be pretty hard.
Very difficult. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm a big fan of parks, and I really appreciate your dedication, certainly to Michael Kraft and the folks in that area. What is the plan for ongoing maintenance and operations of these parks, and how will they be funded? Who pays and who mows and blows and does the work there?
Yes, sir. Everything within the project, so everything within the residential area would have an HOA.
Yep.
Okay, the HOA will maintain and manage those. The project will put the parks in, then the HOA will maintain and manage the green space. The commercial area will have a separate property owner, property management group. They will be responsible for maintaining the common area within the commercial use. The Triangle property, since it's an extension of Ronald Reagan Park, I mean, we see a line on a map. When you're out there today, you don't see a line except for the weeds that are on our property versus the turf that's on the Ronald Reagan Park. That's going to be maintained by the city. We're going to put it in. We're going to put the park in and the improvements, dedicate it to the city, and the city will maintain the park.
Just the .5
Just the .5 additional, yes, sir. The other
will be maintained by the city.
Yes, sir.
And that .5 acres also houses the gazebo.
Yes, sir.
So we'd be responsible for that building, an outhouse, and maintenance and graffiti removal and whatnot.
Yes, sir.
Is there much landscaping around that gazebo area?
No, there is not.
And what is the construct there? Is it primarily cement or?
No, we envisioned it as really just more of a pastoral area that would, you can see the street. The street is pretty close to where the gazebo is intended to be. So you'd probably have about a third of the site that would have some sort of development, being some benches and the gazebo, a couple of walking or sidewalk areas, and a couple of trees. The balance of the site is really just intended to have more of a wildflower/field look, right? To really respect the native drought tolerance. So it's very low maintenance on the portion that's between the gazebo and the creek, or the channel.
And is that exclusive to the residents of this development?
No, it is not.
So it is. There's entries both ways.
This is a public park.
So it is a public park.
Yes, sir.
Now, somehow, is there some fencing or some perimeter that would suggest to non-residents of this development to say, hey, stay out? What type of fencing do you have?
No, sir. Ronald Reagan Park will be completely open. There's no fencing, except for the fence that's along Cable Creek for, public safety reasons.
So, for a lack of a better display here, the green arrow there is really, there's going to be some type of fencing, is that right?
No, sir. Oh, well, here.
The backside.
Right here, yes. Yes, there's actually a fence there already today.
There'll be a fence there.
There's already a fence.
All right. And this Ronald Reagan Park expansion is simply that. So they have access from, where's my site plan? Oh, Chestnut, right? Or whatever that street is.
Yes.
I'm stealing it from Councilman Nickel here. So that they would come off of Chestnut and park off Chestnut and enter off of Chestnut.
Yes, sir.
The public park goers.
Yes, on a public street.
All right. And what's the southerly, south of Irvington? I can't find that street name here. It's just off of, it's Palm and south of Irvington, east of Chestnut.
That's
Is
Washington.
that just Chestnut continued on?
I think it turns into Washington.
It's Washington. So they would enter, public park goers could go in on Washington off Palm onto Chestnut Park and then access this public 0.5 acres.
Yes,
Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Very good. I think it's a job well done. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Very much.
Councilman Charette?
Yeah, thank you very much, and I certainly approve of this, and will be supporting it. And it is a dent in the California housing crisis, and certainly a great project for our community. As Ms. Marquez said, I'd like to see something like this going on in the Fourth Ward, but and we'll look for some property. How many acres do you need? I'm looking at your land use plan summary table, and that's pretty clear. You're going to have a maximum or a total number of units, housing units of 120, correct?
Yes, sir.
Whether it's either 63 or 57 or 70 and 62, depending upon lot sizes.
Just gives flexibility for the home builder to move a lot this way or that way, depending.
But the bottom line is still 120, no matter how you cut it, so that's fine. And then your commercial is a total of 98,000 square feet.
Yes, sir.
And back on, you've got 4 buildings there in the commercial. Those 4, I can't see, and I don't know if it's in here, I didn't see it, square footage of each of those, or is that determined yet?
That's to be determined.
To be determined, but the total of that brownish-colored commercial is 98,000 total.
Yes.
Okay, and then what is that other little brown one?
That's
is that the
separate restaurant
pad?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. All right, well, that's really all I have. Again, a really great project, and I'm anxious to see it done, and congratulations, Henry. Good job. Wow, you'll probably get reelected.
Councilman Valdivia?
I had a couple of questions regarding the public comments in your scoping meetings with Verdamont Neighborhood Group. They had suggested that they wanted the lot size, I think, or the number of homes. Is that right? Am I getting it right? The number of homes reduced?
Our original site plan, our initial site plan had 135 homes.
Oh.
Because we were using a minimums of 4,000 and a minimums of 6,000 square foot lots, and also we had homes adjacent to the Cable Creek.
So we're off about 15 homes from original intent.
Yes.
And now the lot size is now, instead of 4,000, 6,000, it's now 5,000 to 7,000.
Yes, and I did check just before coming into this meeting, the averages, and those are minimums, but the averages are 5,500 and 7,500. Very few.
On the lot size?
Yeah, very few meet the minimums, just the way that this lays out.
And I think this question might give you some pre-sale. What is is that like a 3-2 or 4-2 bedroom house? What is the ultimate configuration?
We anticipate the 7,000 square foot lots can accommodate a one-story type, because there's definitely a need for that. The 5,000s really can't accommodate a one-story. So by putting two different lot sizes, you have 2 different product types. I like to just call them homes, but builders call them product types. And so certainly 3-2s and 4 2.5s would definitely fit. 3-2s would fit all day long on the 5,000s. 4 2.5s would fit on the 7,000s.
Councilman Charette?
And rough square footage of those products? Is that to be determined as well?
That is to be determined.
Okay, but you're ballpark about 3-bedroom, 2-bath versus 4-bedroom, maybe 2.5 baths. Is that?
Yes.
Basically the product. And then back to the expansion of the Ronald Reagan Park. Just a terrific idea on what you're doing for Michael Kraft, and I commend you with that and the neighborhood group up there. Well deserved, and I support that completely. In the construction, I hope, though, that it can be done in something that's fairly maintenance-free. We have talked here about parks, and certainly I love parks, and that's great, but we've got plenty of parks here, and we've got a limited amount of resources for maintenance. So we're happy to have open space, but we're sometimes struggling with some of the maintenance. So again, just maybe in the construction of the gazebo or whatever's there, if it can be done in some sort of a relatively maintenance-free product that doesn't require a lot of, no graffiti walls and no needing to repaint them all the time.
We will work with your Parks Department.
Okay, thank you.
Move for Mr. Flodine, a couple of other questions that I have for you. Along West Little League Drive, it's my understanding that it would include a walkway. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
To improve the connectivity.
Yes, sir.
From the Goon Park, so that they would have access to that retail component.
That's correct.
Provide a safe access to them, so that those that would be able to access the retail could do it in a safe fashion, whereas now there is no.
Right.
There's no walkway there at all.
There's not.
And is there any road reconfiguration to reduce that curve, or?
Great question. So that curve, this curve here today, so this curve at the eastern edge of our property, where Albert Tacos and the gas stations are on the other side, we had our traffic engineer prepare a design analysis, basically look at the design based on design speeds. So based on the design speeds, the current radius of of this curve, as it comes here, as it comes on this side, is 250 feet. Okay, that's the radius. Based on design speeds, the traffic engineer asked us to put 400 feet. Doesn't sound like a big, but when you're talking about radiuses, it's actually smoothing out quite a bit. So what you see here today, just on this conceptual plan, and it's shown better on engineering drawings, obviously, is increasing from the existing 250-foot radius to a 400-foot radius to smooth out the curve.
So that should improve the traffic safety in that area?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Another question related to, do you anticipate any security-type cameras in the project?
Well, I haven't mentioned that the residential area is gated. I didn't mention that to you. It may have been in your packet. But so the residential area is gated off of Little League as well as off of Magnolia. So getting to the detail of security cameras, I can't speak to that at this point.
All right, thank you. I believe we have a motion and a second. Yep. Please, Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, I just had one other quick comment. I know that our planning commission chair is in the audience, and just wanted to make sure if there were any questions. But I also want to commend the planning commission for doing a good, thorough job on this as well, and making sure that we did our due diligence on this, and I'm very happy with the outcome. So thank you very much, Mr. Flodine. Thank you, sir, to our planning commission and to our staff for bringing a good project forward.
Sure.
I had a motion by Councilmember Nickel and second by Councilmember Valdivia to approve the staff recommendations. And that was approved unanimously.
Thank you. Next is item 17. Thank you again, Mr. Flodine and Community Development Department, for your presentations. It's an ordinance amending portions of Chapter 1.08 of the San Bernardino Municipal Code relating to resolutions and ordinances. Ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 2.02 regarding the position of city manager. Ordinance repealing and replacing Section 2.01.010 of the Municipal Code regarding the Mayor Pro Tem, and ordinance repealing and replacing Charter 2.58 regarding meetings. Councilmember Charette.
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to take 1, 2, and 3 separate from 4, and I'd like to make, and I understand that one of the purposes of a second reading is the ability to make some changes in what we approved originally. Is that correct? But then it becomes a first reading, and we'll I've done my homework, Jolena.
You don't need me to tell you.
No, we don't need, you can go home.
That's correct. You can make
yeah.
changes. It just becomes a first reading.
Right, I understand, so that it would come back then for a second reading at the next meeting.
Correct.
A lot of fair time.
So,
Move items 1 through 3.
yeah, and I'll second 1 through 3, and then up for discussion on number 4.
All right, thank you. So the motion is to approve items the recommendations for items 1, 2, and 3.
In the second?
We have a second.
Oh, I seconded it, but I didn't hit the button.
Henry was quicker on it.
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to just confirm the motion maker was Councilmember Valdivia.
Right.
Correct.
It was 1 through 3.
Seconded by Councilmember Schroeder.
And I second.
And second by Charette.
Right.
And that,
You have Nickel as the second on this.
He pushed first.
okay. And that passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, next is item 4, which is introduced for a second reading and adopt an ordinance repealing and replacing Charter Section 2.58 of the Municipal Code regarding meetings. Councilman Shred.
Thank you, Mayor. At the last meeting, of course, we did approve this with some discussion about the timing and the days and dates and times and part of the month and what have you. I'd like to recommend that I believe it currently calls for the second and fourth Tuesdays, and 5:30 closed session and 6:30 open session. I would like, I want to point out that did not allow Councilmember Benito Barrios to participate because he doesn't have the ability to do that on Tuesdays, and certainly with the interest of not shutting out one of our members, which I don't think any of us want to do, I'm suggesting, and there were some Wednesday issues with the mayor's schedule, and I discussed this with him personally, and he seemed to think that he could live with the first and third Wednesdays, which will be my, whatever you call it, substitute motion or whatever, the modification.
You're making a motion to amend.
To amend it as it is right now to the first and third Wednesdays with the start time, 4 o'clock closed session, 5 o'clock open session. There's been a lot of discussion about the time and all that, and I think that this is somewhat of a compromise in between. It accommodates all 7 council members as far as the day of and it still gets us started, and so that we're not going to be ending up way too late at night with the interest of the staff and others in mind. So again, the modification, or whatever term it should be called, it should be first and third Wednesdays, and start time, closed session, 4 o'clock, start time, open session, 5 o'clock.
I'll second that.
Councilman Valdivia.
Jolene, I'm just trying to find in the backup material, where is the actual, I'm having difficulty finding the time.
Page 300.
All right.
Look in section 2.58010, subsection A. That says.
Yeah, lines 13 through 16, all right.
Right.
I'd like to make a substitute motion. I concur with Councilman Charette that we should accommodate our friends here on the council. We all have our personal obligations and duties. I'd like to continue with that theme of Wednesdays, the first and third. However, I do would like to amend that to read 5:30 closed session begin time, 6:30 start time for the sake of the public. That's my motion.
We have a substitute motion.
For second.
I'll second it for purposes of discussion.
We have a second. Any further discussion? We have a substitute motion to amend the Charter Section 2.58 to the first and third Wednesdays, and the start time for closed session at 5:30 and open session at 6:30. Right, Councilman Charette.
Well, once again, I'll say that last meeting, we finished at 6:30, and we would have just been starting. The idea of being available to the public, certainly I support that, but it's been my experience in 8 years I've had that people that need to be here get here for specific items that they need to be. And what I've done, I think, by having a 4 and 5 o'clock start, the public doesn't participate in closed session to begin with, so we're doing that at 4 o'clock behind closed doors, and come out of there within about an hour. We're going to try to keep those all to roughly an hour now. All the boards that I sit on generally keep closed session to an hour or less. Starting open session at 5 o'clock, we go through a lot of announcements and things such as that, so we really don't start the meat of the items until probably 5:30, probably closer to 6 under that 5 o'clock start schedule. And those are consent items that, again, every board that I sit on, consent items are generally not pulled by board members or commission members, and they go through in a quick motion, with very, very rarely having any discussion on any of them. So again, based on historical information on the on the open session consent items, we won't be getting into anything until probably about 6:30 or so, because of the way some of my colleagues have pulled consent items that have to continue to discuss them. So again, I'm a real firm believer that this is this is a reasonable compromise, and that starting at 4 o'clock, it keeps staff in mind that they're not staying here later at night. Albeit certainly a lot of staff, the argument's been that most of the staff that need to be here are salaries. They're not being impacted by overtime or what have you, but they are impacted by being here a long day on those Mondays and Wednesdays. And I just think it's fair that we try to get the people's business done as reasonably timed as possible. So again, I won't support the 5:30 and the 6:30 start times. So with that, let's call for the question.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Charette, I'm willing to compromise. The beauty of having it after 5 is certainly accommodates those individuals with a particular item on a closed session. There is a public session portion where public comments are allowed for the public to pull a speaker slip. Very rarely do we have it, but there have been instances in which the public would like to address, and so I think it's reasonable that we have the closed session after 5 o'clock. The second point is that it's industry standards, and it's a good practice with many of our municipal surrounding cities that also implement a after 5 p.m. So I think we're almost there, Fred. I'd ask for your consideration to push it back just a little bit. I think the 4 o'clock start time of a closed session certainly does impede and restrict individuals. There's apprehension mounting for those individuals who want to express their issue on a public item at closed session. And so that's the mere compromise that I'm asking and requesting, is that we at least attempt to accommodate these individuals who have are contributing taxpayers and want to get their voice heard, and this would do that. Starting time of 5 o'clock, and I think maybe, or 5:30, getting enough.
Were you making another compromise there to 5 o'clock?
I'm not done, though, so if I may. We could start it at 5, Fred? Start at 5, closed session?
Let's go with your motion and see where it goes.
Fred, this is an open meeting, so I'm just trying to compromise with you, sir. So we could start it at 5 o'clock, closed session, and then start our open session, our public meeting at 6. Fred?
Before we call for the question, I'd like to ask the city attorney, if I may, in your experience, would there be any negative impact on those that are asked from the professional consultants that come to closed session, the start time of 4 o'clock versus 5 o'clock?
In my experience, no. That would not be a problem.
It doesn't create any additional burden?
No, it does not.
And for the city manager, in terms of staff?
No. When you tell us to be here, we'll be here.
All right, thank you. All right, we have a substitute motion for 5:30 start time, closed session, 6:30 start time, open session, first and third Wednesdays of the month, correct? Please cast your,
I
yes.
just want to clarify that this will be first reading of the ordinance with that change in it. So we'll also need to lay it over for final reading at the next meeting.
In the next meeting, then will be second reading.
Correct.
If it is adopted and finalized then, it's 30 days from there before implementation?
Correct.
Correct, thank you. Because it's an ordinance versus a resolution. Thank you.
We're going to go to a voice vote, Mr. Mayor, if I may, with the substitute motion maker by Councilmember Valdivia, second by Councilmember Nickel, to approve the 5:30 and 6:30 open session. Councilmember Marquez?
I cannot support it. It's too late.
Councilmember Barrios?
Yes.
Councilmember Barrett? Councilmember Valdivia is the motion maker. Councilmember Nickel?
Yes.
Councilmember Richard?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulvihill? That motion passes 4-3.
All right, thank you. Councilmember?
I just want to be reassured by the city manager and the staff that since we're changing it to Wednesdays now, that we, as an elected official, get the documentation, the backup ahead of time. Because as it is now, I just got this backup on Thursday night, and it's kind of unfair for us to read it and make a decision that's going to impact residents. So I'm hoping that we will get it at least a week ahead of time to really dig into it and ask questions of the department heads, and I'm just requesting that of both of you.
Yeah, I can assure you, we're doing everything we can to get this straightened out and to get them to the council. We're not going to change the date that we're due to give it to you because of the change in date. We'll give it to you before the weekend, and preferably several days before the weekend, for the Wednesday meetings. You won't get it on Monday. Yeah, right.
Thank you. We'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you. We are now back in session. Appreciate your indulgence for that short break. I believe there's a reconsideration of item number 17 that one of the council members would like to put forward. Councilmember Barrios.
Yes, Mayor. After consideration, I want to first of all thank my colleagues for considering moving the dates to accommodate my schedule, and it shows the spirit of teamwork that they have and the camaraderie they have for this dais, and I want to commend them for that. But as far as looking at the times, it does seem a little late to start our closed session at 5:30 and start our open session at 6:30. So I want to rescind my vote to a no and to make that change. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. You could so note that. And City, can you help us along with the proper protocol?
The substitute motion now fails, so you need to take a vote on the first motion by Mr. Charette to change it to the first and third Wednesday, starting at 4 p.m. for closed session and 5 p.m. for open session.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? None? Please cast your vote.
She's not. He's not. Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Barrios.
Yes.
Councilmember Valdivia.
Yes.
Councilmember Charette.
Yes.
Councilmember Nickel.
Yes.
Councilmember Sharp.
Yes.
Councilmember Mulvihill.
All right, thank you. So our next council meeting, this will show up as second reading. And then subsequent to that, the implementation, the start date of those changes will be another item that will have to be brought forward, correct? Yes. Thank you. Yes, Ken.
One question I do have on that, in fact, you and I discussed it briefly, and that is, it takes effect 30 days after. Do we have any latitude on that? Can we go 30? Can we give a date specific, such as let's start this with the new fiscal year or something along those lines? Or does it just automatic?
If you want to start it any time after that 30 days, you can put it date specific.
Okay.
But prior to the 30 days,
I don't have a problem with it starting 30 days after, but the mayor and I just did discuss it just briefly and just talked about maybe a good stepping off point, so I don't know.
Actually, I think.
So I think we've already got it pretty covered. All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, item number 18.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes.
Can we, since the topics are regarding 18 and 19, can we just combine them if there are no objections?
No objections? All right, we'll take 18 and 19 together.
Yeah.
All right, we have a motion and second. Any questions? I have a couple of questions.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I'd like to introduce some representatives tonight from some of the program providers that are here along with us tonight. George, excuse me, but I got to look at his name. Apostolopoulos from Y-Green. Oh, got it. And then Jonathan Kevlis from Renew Financial. And Jeff Simonati from Renew Financial as well. The items 18 and 19 have to do with PACE funding. Are there any questions you'd like to start off with? Okay. So on the presentation, on December 19th in 2016, the mayor and the city council discussed the PACE programs and supplemented and authorized that we look at other PACE programs. And then based on the recommendation, we are bringing other PACE program providers to you for your consideration to review and discuss. On January 23rd, 2017, the mayor and the city council again expanded the PACE programs available in San Bernardino by approving associate membership in the California Enterprise Development Authority and authorizing Fig Tree PACE program, which is now available in the city. An opportunity, as I mentioned, exists to further expand the PACE programs, and this is what I'm presenting tonight. Golden State Finance Authority is a statewide JPA formed in 1993 and it currently operates a PACE program administered by Y-Green, using both the SB 555 Melrose CFD and AB 811. The City of San Bernardino is currently not a member of the GSFA, and with associate membership available to the city at no cost. Similar to the HERO program, which is currently operating in the city. And also, let me mention that the HERO program that currently operates in the city, the representative from Renovate America is here today, and she will be speaking during the public comments section to give an update on the program. So similar to the HERO program, participation is voluntary, and property owners are encouraged to thoroughly evaluate the program before executing any documents. Only those property owners who enter into financial agreements would be assessed on their property tax bills in order to repay the debt. In conclusion, it is recommended that the mayor and council review and discuss the PACE program, and if the mayor and city council would like to increase the PACE programs available to property owners in the city, adopt resolutions consenting to the participation in both programs. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Yes, there's an indemnification agreement, I believe, for both of these.
Yes, there is. All program providers have agreed to sign the indemnification agreements.
Does that indemnification agreement cover any non-performance that might result from a contractor that is engaged by one of the participants? Would it cover the potential liability that might result from the non-performance of a contractor?
I believe so, and the city attorney's office, Stephen Graham, who worked on this, offered to address that specific issue. Stephen?
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, Deputy City Attorney Stephen Graham. If you go to page 344 of your backups, that's where the form indemnification agreement between the PACE providers and the cities can be found. If your specific question is, would the indemnification agreement cover liability of the non-performance of a contractor, insofar as the city could be held liable for that non-performance, the answer is yes, it would cover that. The indemnification agreement only covers liability of the city, though. It doesn't give the city any power over those contractors or over the program provider itself.
Thank you. And that's included in both in the indemnification agreements for both providers?
It is. It's actually, there's two agreements for the first one because we're adopting two different resolutions. So yes, in all three.
The two providers, is there any involvement on their part in helping to resolve an issue with regards to a contractor's non-performance?
That would hinge on the program provider agreement between the JPA and the actual program provider. And it's not something that we reviewed as part of, it's something I reviewed as part of this process. My goal when I'm doing the indemnification agreement is to make sure that the city's liability is covered.
Is there someone from one of the providers that would like to respond?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, George Apostolopoulos with Y-Green Energy Fund, members of the council. When it comes to contractors, we take property owners and protecting them very seriously. So if there is some sort of contractor property owner dispute, we get in the middle and we make sure that both parties are, or make sure that the property owner, we address the concerns first. So in the form of our program, once we find out all the details from the property owner, we'll discuss that with the contractor. Furthermore, if there's any type of misrepresentation of the program, we will then provide disciplinary action to the contractors, and if we find that they're misrepresenting the program multiple times over, we have our own contractor department at our headquarters, and that contractor will be removed from the program and will not be able to participate in other PACE programs as well.
On the packet page of 368 for Golden State Finance Authority members, it lists the counties that are members, and I don't see the city of San Bernardino as one of the county members.
The city of San Bernardino or the county of San Bernardino?
County. All of these that are listed here as of December 10th, 2014 are listing counties. I don't see any cities, nor do I see the county of San Bernardino listed here.
So the membership is an associate membership. So that's a little bit outdated. So as a jurisdiction opts into the program, when they pass the resolutions, you automatically become an associate member of the JPA.
And has San Bernardino County joined?
They have not actually adopted our program yet, but I believe San Bernardino County currently is already an associate member in another program that's offered by the JPA.
And the other provider, the California Statewide Communities Development Authority, is San Bernardino County a member of yours?
Excuse me, Jonathan Kevlis from Renew Financial. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members, for this item. Yes, the County of San Bernardino is, every single county, including County of San Bernardino, except for LA County, is a member of the Joint Powers Authority that sponsors our program, as well as upwards of, I think, 400 of the cities so far in California and more every day.
Thank you. And you would echo what George Apostolopoulos, George A.
Yes, in fact, we have, as George has alluded to, we have actually expelled, I think, 20 or so contractors from our program because they just wouldn't walk the straight and narrow. You know, the nature of this program is really powerful. If there is a problem, well, actually 10 years ago in the housing crisis, when there was a problem, if you heard from your constituents that they were being signed on to bad loans that ended up in foreclosure, which was a huge problem in this area, as you all know very well, who could you turn to, a big bank or some regulator in D.C.? But with PACE, if there's a problem, you have the authority to stop the program. Much like you have the authority today to allow us to provide our services at any moment. If you hear from constituents that we're not serving your constituents properly, you can opt out. And it's one of the only financing programs I've ever come across where there's such local control for you to protect your constituents. I think it's terrific.
Are there any protections that you try to put in place so that consumers are not subject to pricing that is outside of what a normal contractor might provide because of the ability to be able to get the financing, so that there is an inducement to take on a project because of that financing, but the project, the contractor competitiveness may not be invoked in the case when PACE is put forward?
So right now, the LA County program actually has a form of cost caps. And we are utilizing beginning to utilize the cost cap numbers in LA County and other parts of the state. Granted, costs for things are different in LA County as they are here or in rural, Fresno or Kern County. So we're as we gather more data, we're able to fine tune those cost cap adjustments. So absolutely, we are. I'm not going to overstate it and say that we have perfectly implemented this, but we are learning as we go, and as we get more data, becoming better and better at ensuring that those cost caps are monitored so that customers are in fact getting the deal they should be getting.
Another question, this is probably for Cruz. We already have one provider through Figtree, I believe, that's providing this service. Do you see really any advantage to opening this up to more than the one that we already have in place? And do you have any data to indicate how well or how poorly that is working?
Well, currently right now, Renovate through the HERO program has been in place, I believe, since 2012. Figtree was just approved at one of the last meetings. Let me check. January. And so that hasn't started operating yet. They still have to go through their approvals through their JPA and get the paperwork and get the indemnification that we required. So they haven't had any activity here in the city yet. As far as the question of do I see a positive to allowing other program providers in the community, definitely. There's a lot of in the business community have been asking for expanding the programs, having a little bit more choices on a provider.
So do you see it prudent to be stepping into increasing the number of providers in terms of then the ability or not having the ability to monitor this process, given that it's just started with Figtree and we don't know how that has progressed?
I believe so. I believe, especially Kevin, Jonathan's discussion and point about being able to opt out whenever we want to. And I think we would be proactive in monitoring the program, being proactive, the staff, and making sure that things were working correctly. And if they weren't, then the recommendation would be to present it to you to opt out.
Thank you. Any further discussions? We have a motion in a second. Floor, thank you. We have two other speakers. Lee Wiggs. Councilman Schredt.
Yeah, I just make one comment, and I think the last vote, which was victory, I guess, in January, I don't think I supported that, and I made it clear that this is a program that the city doesn't necessarily endorse. We're not saying you're the guys to go to. But I believe in competition, and I think that's generally what we're doing here now is giving our citizens and our constituents more vendors, and therefore maybe better quality and better competition. So I think the only thing I will support this, I believe tonight, as I didn't in the past, but by making a clear statement that I want people that are listening tonight to understand that we are not endorsing, we are allowing you to operate within our city. We expect, you to be operating at the highest level, and it is really, truly a buyer beware, and they should be looking to various, to you folks, and comparing you and making sure that they've done all their homework. So I think it's just important that the citizens of San Bernardino understand that this is not a city program. This is we're just simply allowing you to work within the city, and they should. The word beware is a little bit maybe harsh and negative context. So, but just be prudent and do their homework with these programs.
If I could just tag on to that, what Councilman Schredt said as far as opening up the competitiveness. Does it really do that for contractors? Or those same contractors that would be working for you or a program that might be financed through you, does that necessarily increase the number of contractors versus through the Fig Tree? Are the contractors that are available to them the same contractors that would be available to yourself?
If I may respond.
Of course.
Thank you. So, first of all, no contractor is required to register with only one program. So I think it's great for contractors to have choices because contractors want to find, good contractors. I think most contractors, I hope, are good. But contractors want to find the best deal for their client. The contractor decides in a scope of work with a homeowner, then they say, how are you going to pay for it? And if they have PACE programs in their pocket as an option to provide, and if they have multiple PACE programs to provide even better, then they can provide the better option. And PACE programs, by and large, are similar, much like banks are kind of similar, but they all have different fees, different interest rates, different repayment terms, prepayment penalties or no. So the competition allows for contractors to find the best deal for their homeowners. As far as bringing new contractors into the program, we aren't funding and creating new contractors, for sure. The contractors grow up organically of their own here in the community. But as far as, there's some contractors haven't been reached, mom and pops who just, haven't heard about PACE. And the more providers that are out there looking for business, the more likely it is that mom and papa hasn't heard about this PACE program is going to hear about it, because without contractors, each program doesn't earn any money, because that's how we get business, is through the contractor relationships. So the more we outreach, the better off we are. So it provides an incentive to educate more and bring more contractors into the know. And if they like the idea of PACE, then we make it available to them.
Are you involved in any litigation with any contractors currently?
No. I will say one thing that I thought was an excellent opportunity was last week, representatives from my program, I was included, from, I think George, others were there from Y Green and Hero and others, were at the California Contractor State Licensing Board and talking about how we can actually work better to inform each other about problem contractors. Because once again, it is in our interest to make sure problem contractors are either out of the program or brought in line. So to have that better communication with the state entity that oversees contractors across the state, I think will really take our efforts to a new level in terms of providing consumer protections.
And George Apostopoulos, the same question to you as far as litigation?
None that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Back to Lee Wiggs.
Thanks so much. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Leah Wiggs, and I'm here with Renovate America and the HERO program. I passed out to all of you a snapshot of the projects that have currently been done in your city. And just to back up and answer a question that you had brought up, in the absence of HERO, you may feel the need to pay, or homeowners may feel the need to pay before the job starts or is done. They may not bother to check the contractor's license or reputation. They may not know if the product is rated to save energy. They may have workmanship complaints later in the process, and HERO addresses all of that and more. I think that it's really important to note that consumer protections are at the heart of everything we do at the HERO program. And we are already approved in your city, and I just wanted to come and give you a quick update. San Bernardino has led PACE as an early adopter of the HERO program, and we're really thrilled to work collaboratively with the city and SBCTA. In San Bernardino, we've already helped over 1,400 homeowners improve their homes. We've created 250 jobs in the city and brought over $51 million in economic stimulus to the city of San Bernardino. We've also saved 190 million kilowatt hours of energy. And we've partnered with other PACE providers who you've already heard from here tonight to enhance consumer protections and industry safeguards. A few of those have already been discussed, but these include mortgage level disclosures for PACE, and that was under AB 2693, which was passed this year, or this past year. We have live recorded terms calls for every homeowner to go over key details of the programs. And we're developing programs to help homeowners who have fallen on hard times. We're also continuing to grow our outreach to realtors and residents selling and buying HERO homes. And 4 out of 5 of homeowners in San Bernardino who we've surveyed would recommend their contractor and the HERO program to a friend or relative. So I just wanted to thank you again for having me here this evening. I have the contact information of your representative for HERO, Dustin Rylick, on this snapshot, and if you have any questions, please feel free to contact me as well. Thanks so much.
Thank you. We have one other public speaker, Brandon Edwards.
Hi, good evening. My name is Brandon Edwards. I live in Rancho Cucamonga, and I also work for the California First PACE program as a regional sales manager covering the San Bernardino County. In my job, I work with local contractors every day to recruit, train, and assist them in the utilization of our program. I'm also here to request you support for your support for this agenda item. Many of our contractors that I work with are registered with multiple PACE programs. They want to be able to help their clients select the best financing option that works best for them. Just like Jonathan said earlier, just like banks, each PACE program have their different interest rates, fees, and repayment terms. With your yes vote this evening, you will be expanding consumer choice in the PACE marketplace, making it easier for contractors to help their clients find the best financing option that fits their particular needs. With more competition in the marketplace, all PACE providers will be more likely to fight for the business by reducing interest rates, fees, and creating new program features and improving customer service. So I respectfully request your yes vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. George, question for you. We often hear that the PACE program helps the scale of economy for residential use, but what portion, if any, does this assist or help small business or commercial potential clients?
Well, it's actually available. We offer, excuse me, we offer it on both ends of the spectrum, residential and commercial. Most of the PACE programs now have a residential and commercial component. And so what's nice about that is John, the business owner that wants to expand his or her business, his business in whether it's, real estate development or apartment buildings or whatnot, you now have another vehicle to choose from that probably would take you not as long as a bank would, and you have to have a different mechanism of financing that frees up your bottom line so that you can hire more employees, expand your business, and obviously that's going to lead revenues to the cities from payroll taxes, et cetera, et cetera. So it just provides another option for that commercial property owner.
Well, and the beauty that I like about this PACE program, both 18 and 19, is that it does have a commercial component to it, where that these businesses who have been either neglecting their properties or neglecting or the problems that they have with financing through traditional mechanisms with the banking system, this is just another tool in their tool belt that they can say, I want to improve these upgrades, I want to provide these upgrades to my customers. That bakery shop then can do some new improvements on their heating and air systems and whatnot. And that the commercial apartment complex owner certainly can make application for this. And I think it's just a wonderful thing. I'm in full support of it. I really appreciate the minds behind the PACE program, and I'm fully supportive of this. This is a needed tool. I like the commercial component more than I do the residential. I think residential has its place, and I'm fully supportive of that component and prong. But I just love to see small businesses get a benefit and push towards really trying to improve their business, and it really serves quality of life for our residents here in this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Benito. Barrios.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question for any of you. I don't know who can answer this question, but there are other companies utilizing the HERO program as a front and then coming in behind and doing the bait and switch with their own company doing the work. How would our constituents here in the city confirm they're with the right program?
I can actually answer that since I'm with the HERO program. We have a compliance department that does investigations into any complaints, so I please advise you to have homeowners contact us directly or let us know what those complaints are. That's something that we take very seriously. Our compliance department is comprised of professionals who have worked in law enforcement, and we've actually received an award from the FBI for assisting in an investigation into a contractor. So again, this is something that we take very seriously, and please report that to the HERO program. You can report that to Dustin or myself, and we will do an investigation into any complaint and any issue that arises such as that. Thank you.
Is there a number that you can provide or an email for the viewers that are at home and in the audience here where they can contact you?
HERO 411.
Thank you.
Of course. Thanks.
Any further discussion, questions? Please cast your votes. This is for 18 and 19.
Right. Motion by Councilmember Valdivia, a second by Marquez, and that passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next is item 20, recommendation to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino authorizing the Mayor to execute unconditional commitment letters and a letter to President of the United States. City Attorney, any comments?
No comments, Mayor. That the backup material pretty much explains what we're doing here. The Brown Act provides specifically that a public entity can protect itself from litigation by taking corrective action when an alleged violation or violation is alleged, and specifically provides that corrective action is will not be construed as an admission that the violation did in fact occur. So
Move
that's
approve.
what this item is all about.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Moved by Mulvihill, seconded by Councilmember Marquez, and that passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next is item 21. This is a recommendation to receive an oral update from the Military Banner Ad Hoc Committee Chair, Councilmember Virginia Marquez.
Thank you, Your Honor. The San Bernardino Hometown Military Banner Program Ad Hoc Committee met on Thursday, March 23, 2017. Committee members include Councilmembers Charette, Valdivia, and myself as the chairperson. To date, we've had 10 rollouts for a total of 76 banners, and they are in the current locations. The first ward has 27, second ward has 5, third ward has 6, fourth ward has 10, fifth ward has 18, the sixth ward has 3, the seventh ward has 4, and we have 3 Gold Star banners on Del Rosa Avenue. Banners that need to be replaced due to missing, fading, and or tearing include 6. The current balance in trust account is $7,878.96. I'd like to point out that this amount is from strictly donations from members of the community or anybody who wants to donate to this really great program. The next rollout is scheduled for our next council meeting, April the 17th. There will be a total of 9 additional banners. Other important issues that were discussed, the IT department, under the direction of Mitch, and we're very blessed to have him, they provided us with a presentation for the Military Banner Interactive Map, which will assist families locate their loved one's banner. Families can go to the City of San Bernardino website, click on About, select Maps, then Interactive Mapping, and you finally select Military Banner. Now you can do a search by name, and it will show you a picture and the location of the banner. It's pretty cool. If you have any questions regarding this report, you can call me here at the office or any of the committee members at 909-384-5188. This concludes my report, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the work that you've been doing in this, continuing the banner program. Next is item 22. Item 22 is to review and discuss options for developing an unreinforced masonry building ordinance and provide direction to staff. Mark Persico.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. I actually have a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that I think I'll ask John Paul to quickly hand out. Thank you again, council members and mayor, for being here. We have a quick background. Myself and Todd Morris, the building official, have a quick background and then a couple of options that we would like to discuss. As the staff report indicates, this is a very significant issue, not only for the city of San Bernardino, but really for all of California, because we are in a active earthquake area. By way of background, a lot of people have asked, what is a URM? It's an unreinforced masonry building, and those are buildings that were built without steel rebar primarily before the 1932 Long Beach earthquake. Whenever there's a significant earthquake, as the staff report indicates, there are updates to the seismic codes based upon the buildings that were most heavily damaged during that event. So the Long Beach earthquake brought about pretty significant changes. The Sylmar earthquake in 1971 did, and then most recently the Northridge earthquake. So state law is actually pretty sparse on this. The legislature's really left it up to cities. In 1986, the state legislature did require that cities inventory their URM buildings. As of today, we have 88 of them in the city. They declared that they were potentially hazardous and that local agencies should take appropriate action, but again, kind of left it largely to cities or entirely to cities to decide what to do. In 2004, the legislature required the posting of earthquake warnings in buildings, and we did inventory the buildings as recently as early 2015, and all of the buildings have been appropriately posted. Our city history, we were very active in 1985. The city adopted a municipal code requiring that vacant buildings be upgraded prior to being reoccupied. In 1989, we inventoried the buildings. In 1990, there were mandatory strengthening requirements that were put into effect. And in 1993, that deadline was extended to 1995. Subsequently, the redevelopment agency in 1994 and 1995 provided funding for preliminary evaluations of buildings. With the loss of RDA and the turnover of staff, we don't really have any records as to how many buildings were actually, or property owners took advantage of that program. The one we are aware of is Molly's across the street from us. That was upgraded in 1996, and they took advantage of that program. In 1996, the City Council at that time extended the deadline for upgrading to 1998, and then in 1999, all requirements were repealed except for the state requirement for posting. I know this map is very hard to see. We do have a larger wall map for people who are interested, and this will be placed on the city's website in the very near future. Because these are pre-1932 buildings, it's not a surprise that the bulk of them are in the downtown core, the 1st and 2nd Ward, with a small handful in the 6th Ward. Staff did a survey of some of the surrounding cities in the county, as well as the city of LA and Santa Monica. There really isn't any consistency with what jurisdictions have done. Some jurisdictions have taken a very aggressive position, and others have taken a not as aggressive position. What staff has laid out in the staff report, and what we'd like to talk about this evening, again, is recognizing that this is a very serious issue, but there's multiple approaches that can be taken. One is a very prescriptive ordinance, which is what the city of Riverside and the city of Rancho Cucamonga did, where it has very detailed requirements. The other one is performance-based requirements, which is what the city of LA did and the city of Portland, Oregon did. And in the time frames, again, there can be time frames from 3 to 10 years for strengthening. It can also be phased in over a period of time. Probably the most, well, there are many important issues, but one of the areas in moderate-sized earthquakes where buildings suffer damage is the parapet roof, which is the portion of the roof which extends above a flat roof. That portion of the building, which is typically anywhere from about 2 to 5 feet high, is unreinforced masonry and very susceptible to collapsing in a moderate-sized earthquake. And that obviously can injure pedestrians or even people leaving the building in the event of an earthquake. So it is possible that the parapet portion of the roof could be secured in a much shorter time frame, as quickly as 1 year. And then the requirements could be stepped up, securing walls and roofs over a period of time. We don't have, at this point, a lot more information. This is a very complex issue, obviously a very important issue. We're here to answer any questions that the commission may have, or the council, may have.
Councilmember Nickel?
And I think the city manager,
let's start with the city manager.
If I could, just very quickly. We're bringing this item to the council because we think it's a very serious issue. Those of you who attended the city-county conference up at Lake Arrowhead recently heard a presentation from Dr. Lucy Jones, who is the noted expert on seismic conditions in the state of California, who made the point that not only is it important for all cities in California to start upgrading their seismic codes, but that in San Bernardino County and the city of San Bernardino, it's even more important because of location. And she made the point that we've done less about making this mandatory than most cities in the state. you can always find examples of cities that at some point in the process have gotten to the point where they let some people get away without it. I mean, I will tell you that most cities 20 and even 30 years ago started adopting this URM code. And like wood shingles, you get the 95% or the 97% of the cases, and you get to that last 5 or 3%, and all of a sudden you realize they've got a particularly difficult situation, and people pause and things don't happen. And I've literally heard people say, well, such and such a city dropped their requirement. Well, not really. And for the most part, buildings got upgraded. The point here is that people occupy these buildings. It's dangerous, and we could have significant loss of life if we don't move forward and require these upgrades. And it requires a certain amount of time to do it, because if everybody did it at once, there wouldn't be enough people to do the work. So you can't do it all at once. I like the approach that Mark and Todd Morris, our very good building official here, I like the approach, the performance-based approach, because it says that every building is not created equally, so you allow engineers to come in, take a look at it, and decide what that building's really going to need. I think we can be as reasonable as we can be, but there comes a point when we shouldn't be allowing people to occupy dangerous buildings. It's going to cause, loss of life if we have a big event. This is just one ordinance. There are a whole number of other ordinances we have not yet adopted, and that many cities have not adopted. The City of LA is taking a very proactive effort right now to upgrade several of their seismic codes. For instance, just as an example, you remember in the Northridge quake, remember how many apartment complexes where the parking is on stilts and the upstairs bedroom is over the cars, and those collapsed? Well, those soft story kinds of constructions, a little bit like our pillars that hold up our building outside. That kind of construction is dangerous. Yeah, we won't talk too much about it. That kind of construction is dangerous and needs to be addressed. So this is just a start, and we're not asking you to adopt it tonight, because in all fairness, we need to now go out and talk to the people who own the buildings in this town and have those sessions, have those educational programs. I'm sure we can get somebody from Dr. Jones' new nonprofit to come out and assist us with that. Perhaps we can get people from the building industries to come out and work on this with us. We'll be as helpful as we can, but ultimately we want to bring back, fairly soon, we want to bring back to the council an ordinance that has dates and targets and repercussions for people that don't do it, so that we can make our city safer.
Councilman Nichol.
Yeah, I think you hit on quite a few points I was concerned about, but I did have a few items I wanted to get some clarification on. My understanding was that we did publicly notice a meeting some months ago for property owners, and apparently that was canceled. Have we rescheduled that meeting? It sounds like we have done an inventory of properties. Have we notified those property owners of these meetings so we can get some feedback from them in terms of some of the concerns that they have in regard to this?
Yeah, let me take the blame for that. I'm an old city manager, and I thought that the idea of going out and holding meetings in the public on a subject that hadn't been introduced to the city council yet was a bad idea. Mm-hmm. And so I said, let's put this in a different order. Let's go and introduce it to the council. They're ready to go. Mark and Todd are ready to go with that process.
Okay, and I just want to make sure, it looks like we've inventoried the 80 or so properties that are really the highest priority. I assume that's the list of people that we're more or less going to reach out to. Are we planning to reach out directly to them, make sure that we've got a direct line of communication with those?
Yes, we're working with a title company to get ownership information on all 88 of those properties.
Okay, and then my other question is that And I understand the idea of having a stick and ensuring compliance, but I also want to make sure that we investigate the carrot side of the equation as well, as to whether or not there might be some incentives that could be. It sounds like we did have a program at one time that provided at least some incentives. I would assume that what I'd also like to investigate is when we meet with those property owners, rather than us saying, you must do, have a conversation that says, yes, you need to do this, but there are perhaps some options available to you. And from what I understand, that there's sort of if you do have one of these structures, that there's an incentive to improving it, but there's a premium that are paid on those properties that have undergone this type of mitigation as opposed to those that have not. I've seen ads for masonry buildings, and they have to stipulate, more or less from what I understand, that they're unreinforced. So I would assume there's some advantage, some incentive, market incentive to doing this, and I want to make sure that those property owners understand that this isn't just simply us going after them, but this is us trying to find a way to work with them and make their property safer and ideally more marketable and more habitable. So I'd like to make sure that we do that in advance, because I know when that notice went out, I was getting calls from some property owners saying, hey, what is this? What are you going to do? And I think it's important that we really understand what it is we're going to communicate and make sure that this just isn't the city coming down with a hammer saying that you're going to have to do this, but that there's some options out there and that this is actually a good thing in the broader scheme of things.
Yes, Council Member. I think from the city side, our incentives are, in terms of what we would come back with, would be fee waivers for building plan check and or permit issuance.
Is there any mitigation money available anywhere for this type of program for different types of structures?
Maybe if it's historic, there may be some incentives on historic buildings.
Most of them would probably be historic.
Keep in mind that this has been done all over the state for the last 30 years. That's why I suggested someone from Lucy Jones' operation be invited to participate, because they have helped building owners for years. And whatever is available, they're going to know about it.
Okay.
But I don't think there's a great pool of money for this, but I do think that there are some angles that they can help address the people.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Mulvihill.
And I think that last point is what I wanted to bring up is the fact that some of these buildings may have some historic significance to them. I remember back, it was probably about 1990, 91, when St. Bernardine's Church, the mayor at the time, or I shouldn't say whoever it was, had convinced the pastor there that he should tear down the church rather than retrofit it. And Father, he was an Irishman, I can't remember what his name was. But anyway, I got a phone call from him, and he was just so dejected that we're going to have to tear down the church. No, you don't have to tear down the church, you can retrofit. But so, but having a Historic Preservation Commission and having some background yourself can realize that, in fact,
yeah, we've talked.
There could be an issue. Some of these property owners may think that, gosh, you got this, and I'm not quite sure how much money it would take to retrofit, a place like, I think about the Little Kitchen over on North Arrowhead, what used to be the Little Kitchen near Holy Rosary Academy. Something like that, if it cost, $10,000, $15,000, the owner just might want to tear it down and, have the property for a residential or something like that, which is what it's surrounded by now. And so I guess the point is that in some of these cases, I'm not quite sure if the property owner just might want to tear down the structure if there, in fact, were some historic significance would have to be determined.
Yes, we've actually talked to the Historic Preservation Commission about bringing this item to the council, and they would absolutely be included in those workshops. And just to finish your story, council member, on the St. Bernardines, that actually did go through a retrofit.
It did, yeah, I remember. There was some pressure put on that. It was just so amazing that the pastor was being pressured to tear down the church that has the city's name on it, basically. So, yeah, and so just recognize the fact that there may be some interest on the part of the property owner. Well, let's just tear it down and sell the property rather than going through the process. Because being an older structure, it may be difficult to find someone to occupy it, and it may just be the last opportunity for the property owner to sell it and make turn it into some sort of cash. Thank you.
Councilman Schritt.
Yeah, I was at the city-county discussion and heard Dr. Jones, and she was exciting and interesting to listen to, but it was totally and utterly startling, the message that she put out. And there is no doubt we're past due, and it isn't about maybe or it might come. It's going to come, and we're past due, and we need to be prepared. My question kind of, and I won't spend a lot of time on this, really, what are you asking us to do tonight, Mark? I mean, just give you some direction to bring us something back? I mean, an ordinance that we would then have to enforce, and along those lines, I think we should, but without an ordinance, we certainly want to take care of our people and make it safe for them, but we don't have any liabilities right now. With an ordinance, if we're not enforcing it, then we probably have more of a liability. Is that correct?
I don't think our liability is different one way from the other.
Okay.
I think what we need to do is just do our job. And
okay.
I will tell you, having been through this with other cities, that going out and meeting with the public on an ordinance like this, it will be very helpful for the city council to make. I would like to have direction by motion, actually, and I'd like to have, I hope to have the unanimous support of the city council saying, yes, we think this is important, and
I'll
yes,
make that motion.
And yes, we think we need to do this expeditiously.
I'll make that motion.
Councilman Valdivia.
Just a minute.
I'm torn here because I know that while I respect Dr. Jones and the presentation, the authority that she has, the sad fact remains that, this is a unpredictable Armageddon coming, right? I mean, that's kind of the scare. And I certainly would like to, provide some fair balance in all of this discussion here. I think that the options here, items 3, 4, and 5, probably are a little bit more, from what I've gathered just on anecdotal research, that the items presented here are a little, 3, 4, and 5 are a little bit more useful. They're not as cost-intensive. And so I would be supportive of really looking at items 3, 4, and 5, the bullet points, I should say. They're not enumerated, but I'm referring to the bullet points. I think that's a feasible route to go when we look at the cost. This is going to be a cost-intense program for the owner of these types of buildings. The other side of this is, when and if this comes to fruition, which is, there is no doubt, it's going to happen one of these days. Mark Persico, what is the inventory, what is the estimated amount of buildings that we have in inventory in our city limits that this may affect, roughly?
Well, we've got the 88 URM buildings, but as the city manager pointed out, there are other buildings that are susceptible to damage during an earthquake. If you recall, again, for those people who were old enough to remember the Silmark Quake, The brand-new VA hospital in Sylmar collapsed. And then in the Northridge earthquake, the soft-story buildings collapsed. So what seismologists and structural engineers learn every time there's an event is other buildings get damaged because the earth moves in a completely different way than people have seen before. So when soft-story buildings were built, and they were extremely common in the 50s and the 60s, not so much in commercial buildings like City Hall, but in apartments. There are hundreds of thousands of apartment buildings in Southern California. We derisively call them dingbats. Single-story or single-loaded driveways with a tuck-under parking. All of those buildings are now structurally defective, but nobody knew that until the Northridge earthquake happened. So that's a long way of saying, Council Member, it's not at this time easy for us to answer your question, but there's a lot of buildings that are susceptible to damage based upon the size of the event. We think we should start with the URMs and then start looking at soft-story construction, and then start looking at ductile buildings, and then start looking at steel moment frame buildings. And when there is a next earthquake, seismologists may learn something else.
So
we think this is a good place to start.
The risk that I think business owners and even new construction, with the advent of new assembly bills and state legislative building planning laws, isn't there, I would assume that there is a seismology report somehow in the building of a construction project, correct?
Oh, absolutely. They go through, but engineers only know what they know. And then when a new, particularly the Northridge earthquake, that fault system, that type of fault system was not widely held or not widely known. So it's not that we didn't know the fault was there. Seismologists didn't know the fault was there. They didn't expect it to move the way that it did. And because of the way it moved, it created much more damage. And it was a shock wave that structural engineers weren't used to seeing. So
since that time, we've learned a lot. And I
absolutely
assume that new building standards and engineering standards have addressed most of that. How does this then add a burdensome cost to these business owners? What are the projected costs with, do you have a square footage allocation on what this might cost the small business?
The best information we could come up with was from a report that the City of Portland did, and those costs, if I can find it here in the report, were anywhere from $20 to $49 a square foot.
To do the retrofit?
To do the retrofits, yes. And that depends upon, again, if you look at the bullet points, depending upon what type of improvement is required. Tying back the parapet roof is relatively inexpensive. Securing the walls and the roofs, tying those together gets to be more expensive. And this all starts with a structural engineer's report. So back to what the city manager said about staff's preferences, that it be performance-based. So we would potentially, if we're talking about an ordinance, the city would send a notice to these 88 property owners, giving them 12 months, 24 months to submit an evaluation of their building. And then based upon what was determined, the design defects or the ways that the building needed to be upgraded, based upon what the city decided, they would be given, again, anywhere from 3 to 10 years beyond that, or shorter, to make those improvements. So it all starts with the property owner submitting a evaluation of their building.
Now, the potential options that you, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
The potential options that you propose to the council, are they all correlated to one another, or is there a gradient option choice here? I mean, should I go with option 5 versus option 1? Is there any in order of preference?
No, let me deal with it. These are not. I don't know that option's the right word here. We're just asking for the council to direct us to come up with a draft ordinance that we will go out and meet with people about, The council will decide based on all that input when it comes back to you what ordinance to actually adopt. So we're not asking you to adopt any of these tonight. We're asking you to let us go out with an ordinance, and this is a relatively aggressive draft ordinance. You could decide to do different later on. I really hope you don't, but you could decide to do different later on. You may find that there's 1 or 2 or 5 buildings that are so completely different under that performance-based standard that it calls for an entirely different analysis. And so we want to be flexible enough to suit the given circumstances later on. What I don't want to see happen is to go out and not have some resolve from the council. I mean, when we talk about an unknown incident, I mean, the Northridge earthquake is enough to make all of this collapse in this city. The Northridge quake wasn't epicentered anywhere near here. If we had that earthquake epicentered near here, we're saying this could very seriously cause loss of life. So we're just asking to go out, ask people their input based on this. We'll come back. Only then would this council be asked to vote on specific elements.
Got it. So what's the rough time frame? 6 months?
No, I would hope a couple.
Sooner? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilman Nickel?
Yeah, and I just want to ensure that we're going to limit the scope of this, at least initially, to unreinforced masonry. It sounds like there's plenty of other types of structures, but I think for the purposes of this process, let's limit it to just the unreinforced masonry so we can figure out the best way to move forward.
I agree. That's all we want to do. I think in the educational component, it wouldn't be bad for building owners to be told about some of the other issues that their buildings might have. If I were an owner, I think I'd want to know. And so, I think it would be useful if during those sessions we told them about other types of issues. But we're only talking about bringing back to you a URM ordinance right now.
Okay. Councilman Schroeder.
Of the 88, are any of those ours? Do we own any of them?
Yeah, it sounds like there may be 1 or 2 properties, buildings that we own.
All right. And again, I'd love to have everybody have the opportunity to hear Lucy Jones talk about it. Like I say, not to scare anybody, but to just really have an eye-opener, because she talked about, I'm sure she had a term, but basically the ripple effect. In other words, we talk about this building. If it was to fail and come down, that obviously is a red-tagged building. It's not usable. And everything within a certain perimeter around this building would probably be impacted and would probably be red-tagged. And it goes out from there to red to yellow to green-tagged buildings. So the exponential effect of a building collapsing is just devastating. So it's not just the building that we're talking about that needs the reinforcing, but it's going to affect their neighbors around in the surrounding area for a certain amount of time. So it's critical. We've just got to do this. And Mark, the way you put it was perfect. And we need to do our job. And
I think what people sometimes don't think about is it's well known in California that the single biggest earthquake risk is Cajon Pass. I mean, that is well known. It's the high-pressure gas line that runs through there, the potential for a complete severing of the line, the potential for explosion, the potential for a major crater that cuts out not only transportation between us and the high desert, but the water flow between us and the high desert. I mean, the danger is huge. So if you take a potential like that and then imagine a community that has major local damage, what kind of help are we going to get?
We're on our own.
Not much.
According to her, we're on our own.
It's one of the reasons why we need to be out of this building, because when that day comes, our city government needs to be up and running.
Right.
So we're taking step number one, this would be step number two, and hopefully we can get to a point we're as safe as we can be.
So my motion stands whatever you want it to be, Mark. I mean, to give you direction to go out and come up with a draft URM, to bring back to us on just the 88 or the unreinforced masonry, right?
Right.
All right, no further discussion, then do we need to take a vote on this action? Thank you. Please cast your votes. Summarize this as giving the city manager the direction to seek out the public input on developing an ordinance related to unreinforced masonry buildings.
The motion was made by Councilmember Charette and seconded by Marquez, and that passes unanimously.
Thank you. We will next move to public comments. Juan Marcos Ramirez.
Respectable city manager, city mayor, members of the city council, city attorney, city clerk, and everyone else involved in local government, good evening. I would like to use this opportunity to do a follow-up to what happened during the last meeting, where I addressed my concerns, the safety issues regarding my property on Little Mountain Drive. Coincidentally, after our last meeting, probably under less than an hour after meeting was done, another vehicle rolled over onto my property, and I immediately contacted Councilmember Henry Nickel, and I do appreciate Mr. Nickel for taking family time to go to my property and witness the outcome of the accident. A week later, another vehicle lost control but ended up on the opposite side of my property. Again, the cause of every single accident has been the same: speeding. Having said that, I would like to express my gratitude to City Mayor, members of the City Council, City Manager, City Attorney, and everyone else involved in the local government for paying attention to this serious issue. But especially, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Henry Nickel, also Assistant City Manager Andrea Miller, and also I believe Sergeant Cervantes is here. Thank you for being so helpful in providing the police reports. And I have a lot of faith. And also I would like to thank City Engineer Mr. Mahmoud that contacted me, letting me know that members of local government are discussing all the safety issues to eventually put an end to this continuous problem on Little Mountain Drive. So once again, in a very humble way, I would like to say thank you to each one of you. Good evening.
Thank you. Appreciate you bringing that to our attention. Robert Porter. Gregory Gutierrez. Andy Jacobs. And Larry Easley. Do you want to speak together? Okay, so Larry Heasley, then Mandy Jacobs.
Evening, Mayor and Council. I wish to speak about the Vermont Community Center, and it's been open. It was opened on September 11, run by volunteer group. History: we had some issues with the structure as it was assembled by the city contractor, and we've been asking to get it retrofitted for years. Mark Scott put it in progress probably the first month he was here, he met with us and went over the center and said, we can fix this. The problem I have is I'm terribly saddened at how long it takes to do such a limited scope project. It's not building a building from the ground up. Some of the city staff really hit us in the head as far as a volunteer group. We were notified less than a week before we were going to be booted out of the building, so to speak, and the locks changed, that we're closing it to do work. And this was in December of last year. At that time, we were told we had about 90 days to do the project. We're now setting it 120 days. The project is less than 50% done. Makes me wonder why we have such a communication problem within the city to the citizens, and also interdepartmental. One department doesn't know what the other department's doing. Nobody talks to each other. On top of that, it seems like there's no record keeping in the city that can be accessed by anybody in the city. Strange thing. I was informed by a city employee that permits were in hand. I went to a pre-job at the center to bring to the attention the fact that, reaffirm the fact that all the materials, furnishings, and et cetera in that center were all donated items belonging to the volunteer group. That was a surprise for the city, so the city had to come up with a way to store and protect those items. I'm frustrated because of my experience in my personal life to watch a city government be so inadequate in meeting the needs of their citizens. I challenge the city, Mark, you need to get on top of whoever needs to be prodded to get them moving forward and make some progress on this. One person can do as much work as been done up there by themselves in less time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Manny Jacobs.
Mayor, council members, I'm just going to kind of add on to a little bit of what Larry's been saying. I'm the president of Kendall Hills Neighborhood Association, and for the last 5.5 years we've been volunteering at the center, running programs, trying to bring the community together. And it's really hard for us to watch when we know there was funding for the retrofits and all the repairs that had to be done, and that funding suddenly disappeared because the city took so long to do the project, and now they have to come up with money from other areas. We were given less than a week to remove our stuff to get out of the center, and we had events planned. We had our Christmas events planned, which we had to suddenly cancel. And now it's been 4 months, and we're up to the next event that we have, our Easter egg hunt we've had for, Kendall Hills has been doing it for probably 15, 20 years, and now we can't use the center for that, so now we're going to have to do it outside. We're going to do it still, but only outside. And then we've had the church groups have not been able to go in, the library's not being used, the Zumba group haven't been able to go in, the senior group haven't been able to use it, and it really stunts the volunteerism in the area when the city doesn't follow through. And the programs that we worked so hard to build up are now gone. We have to start all over again. So just like, at the rest of the world, we need to have some kind of expectation of timely completion on things. When we give a contract out, there needs to be an expectation that it's done. We've waited for a long time, so I hope that the city can support the North End here in our community and get these things done. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Ibarra.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and audience. For the past few weeks, Arrowhead Farms has been heavy on my heart. And all I could think about it was my father and all of our senior citizens who, dream of being in a peaceful location, a rural setting. And here we are, approving condominiums being built around their rural settings. Today I had an investor come into the agency I work for, and his thing, he wanted to create a multi-housing unit where that park is being built on E and 9th Street. I shook my head no. He asked me why. I gave him my perspective as a homeowner. I have 4 apartments in my block. High traffic, foot traffic, drug dealing. They don't let us sleep. I'm continuously calling for PD to come out after 10 p.m. to just their presence is enough to deter all these people coming over to do the drugs in our block. So I was sharing all that information to this investor. And investors, all they look for is for money. I've overheard over the weekend about the country club being sold to a Chinese investor and how he wants to make it public. And the people who are around that area are worried about attracting more people into their area, and they're also senior citizens. They're of the high class, but they do have a dream of where they want to live and how they want to live. We have the vacant buildings, dispensaries, liquor stores all over our city, and now we're trying to, impose fees on properties that are over the 1930s, building. But, I just want you guys to please be considerate of the few businesses that we still have, of the few homeowners that we still have. Stop attracting the high volumes of investors, contractors. And I wanted to follow up to see when was the next homeless workshop. The ad hoc wasn't approved, and so as a person who lives here and I see homeless all over our city, I would also like to be involved, and other citizens would like to be involved. So a homeless workshop, we've been waiting for that for a couple of months already. Okay, thank you. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Ivan Aguayo?
Good evening, Mayor, Common Council, City Attorney, City Manager. So thank you for allowing me to speak with you. At last City Council meeting, Anthony Fernandez, a member of our coalition. So I'm here on behalf of our coalition of young millennial groups, from San Bernardino Generation Now all the way to the Dreamers at Cal State and at Valley College. And so Anthony made an announcement to you all about a town hall that we're hosting. The Garcia Center has opened their doors for us on April 27th from 6:30 to about 9:30. I've got letters here to invite every single one of you who signed the letter to President Trump to ask you to join us and participate in this town hall. We've got an agenda in the letter so you can see kind of like what the structure of the evening will look like. And if you are available, please feel free to contact me or Michael Segura. Our contact information is in this letter, and so I hope that if you are available that evening, you will join us. We're going to start with dinner. I think we want to make sure that we spend some time, getting to know each other, in communion, I think. So I will now hand you all this letter, and thank you for your time, and I hope to see you there.
You'll give to the city clerk. Thank you. What's on the menu? All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you. Do we have anything to be referred to council committees? Councilman Nickel?
Well, I just have a request. I know that we have another workshop coming up. At some point, we're going to discuss, I assume, an ordinance related to our existing commissions and how they operate and what the future is going to be and the role will be for those commissions moving forward. I think it would be appropriate, if possible, that we reach out at least to the chairs of those commissions. I would like to get their input in terms of what is working, what isn't working. I know some of the commissions are more or less dormant, even though they exist. They don't really meet, they don't really accomplish or do much. And I think I'd like to get a perspective on again, what what we could do that would make them more functional and what relationship would be most beneficial in terms of how they interact with the council. So we could do that. And then there were some comments on the community center, and I assume that we'll be making some progress on that. But I do get repeated requests in terms of what the timeline is and when we can anticipate it, and we can certainly discuss that offline. But I do appreciate that
We can discuss it offline, but in all fairness, the comments from the two speakers were entirely fair. I'm city manager, and I acknowledge it, and I own it, and we will be working very hard to get it fixed.
Thank you.
Any other items? If not, we'll start with announcements. Councilman Mulvihill.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to say that Councilman Barrios and myself were attending a meeting in which Sheriff McMahon spoke, and he was especially adamant about the fact of some new regulations, ordinances coming out of Sacramento. And he was particularly concerned about, I guess it's Senator Shirley Weber, SB 953, that very much complicates information gathering, that, and apparently this has been passed, that police, when come in contact, even for a traffic stop, have got to fill out 200 data points. And he was, Sheriff McMahon was citing the fact that this is an unfunded mandate, and beyond that, it's going to be taking up police officers' time. And what he was requesting is that we contact our assemblyman, our state senator, to indicate the fact that this particular regulation passed, and it is simply going to be taking up more and more time from the police officer's point of view. Not that they shouldn't fill out reports, but the point is that you can't get to an extreme. And Sheriff McMahon was particularly concerned that this particular senator put together this and others very much related to it. But the point is, it passed. So it wasn't just her, but in fact, for some reason, the Senate, the Assembly, were very much on board with that, and it very much will be a loss of police productivity, particularly for us, was a great concern. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, but at any rate, just to indicate that to you, that there was a Sheriff McMahon very much concerned. I suspect that Chief Bergwan would probably have some comments to make about that as well. On a more ward-specific piece of information, community builders will be holding their monthly first Wednesday evening meeting on this Wednesday, April 5th, meeting at the same place in the library of the First Congregational Church, 3041 North Sierra Way. It is immediately north of the intersection of Sierra Way and 30th Street. And our speaker that evening, I am told, is going to be our very own City Attorney, Gary Sines, and he's going to be discussing everything about legal affairs in the city. In 30 minutes or less. Exactly. Exactly. If you have any further questions, you can contact Myra Elder at 886-1566. And the other announcement is the Northeast District Coffee with the Cop at Denny's Restaurant, which will be next Wednesday, April 12th at 9 a.m. And I believe it's still Captain Moss. Am I right on that?
It's normally, yes, normally.
It has been Captain Moss or Lieutenant Madden. And again, it's at it's at the Denny's Restaurant at the northeast corner of Valencia and Highland Avenue. And if you have any questions, please contact Eileen Hards with the Police Department, 384-5694. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Richard.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just have one announcement, and that is that on Monday, April the 10th, at 6:30 p.m., the Northwest PAC will be hosting their meeting at the New Hope Family Life Center, 1505 West Highland Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Nichol.
As was mentioned, on Tax Day, April 15th, that's a Saturday, at 2 p.m., the Kendall Hills Neighborhood Association will host its annual Easter egg hunt on the grounds of the Vermont Community Center. On Little League Drive, contact for that event is Miss Amanda Jacobs, number 909-880-0012. On Wednesday, April 19th, the San Bernardino Police Department Northwest District Coffee with a Cop will take place at Farmer Boys Restaurant, address 1766 West Kendall Drive. Contact Eileen Hards at 909-384-5694. Again, that's Wednesday, April 19 at 9 a.m. And finally, on Saturday, April 22nd, 7 a.m. to 2 p.m., the Blair Park Neighborhood Association will host its yard sale fundraiser at 3095 Serrano Road. Contact Joyce Seeger at 909-882-1372 for more information. Again, Saturday, April 22nd, 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. That concludes my announcements. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Schreck.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim mentioned the San Bernardino Northeast District Coffee with a Cop, so I won't repeat it. The Thursday, April 27th, 7:30 a.m. to 9 o'clock a.m. is the Arrowhead United Way's 2017 Annual Awards and Community Meeting, National Orange Show. A nice event. They recognize people. I've tried to support that in the past. The Arrowhead United Way, of course, is a great organization here in our community, and would encourage everybody to try and get out and support them. Again, Thursday, April 27th, 7:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. at the National Orange Show. For further information, contact 909-884-9441. Thank you.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. A letter dated March 31st, 2017, in my monthly address to my residents. I'm excited to report that our city capital improvement plan has been approved just recently. The capital improvement plan, a yearly council-driven initiative in which I advocate for public works to improve public right-of-way, repair of curbs and gutters, install sidewalks, and create safe routes to schools for our children right here, are happening in our neighborhood. In the past few days in our district, you have seen vast improvements along Grant Avenue on the south side of the street, and long overdue work being performed by our city crews and contractors. Additionally, ADA ramps and alleyway entry points have been improved also in our neighborhoods. In the last 60 days, our neighborhoods in and around the Bunker Hill area has benefited from tree trimming, street sweeping, fire hydrant testing, and other public works projects in full motion, of which I'm pleased with the progress from our city crews. I want to encourage all of our residents in the southerly portion of our city that I will be hosting a neighborhood council meeting to be held tomorrow, Tuesday, April 4th at 6:30 p.m. There'll be plenty of free parking in lot number 8 at San Bernardino Valley College. Our Public Works Department, and Mark, you'll be there, right? Mark Scott, our city manager, will be making a presentation. Yes, he will be making a presentation on additional future projects in and around our area. Look forward to seeing all of our residents in the southerly portion of the city. Join me, please. That's tomorrow, Tuesday, April 4th at 6:30 p.m. It's in parking lot number 8, and the modular building is called The Huddle. Yes, The Huddle. So take note. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Barrios.
Thank you, Mayor. Tomorrow, April 4th at 12 p.m. to 1:30 p.m., there's the CIP meeting at the Police Department, the Crime Intervention Partnership Program. If you want to get involved with what's going on with what the police department is doing with crime, or maybe can assist them in helping minimize crime in your community, in our community, it's tomorrow at 12 to 1:30 p.m. For any information, contact Shauna Gates at 909-384-4818. Tomorrow, I just want to, Wednesday, April 5th at 7:30 a.m., I want to remind everybody that our local area Chamber of Commerce has their, what they call Coffee Clash, where you can come together with local business owners to discuss issues with business. Saturday, April 8th at 8 a.m., there's the Inland Empire 17th Annual Pastors Breakfast at the National Orange Show. For more information, contact the Emmanuel Baptist Church at 909-425-1777 or the Ecclesial Christian Fellowship at 909-881-5551. And also on Saturday, April 8th, I want to remind everyone that San Bernardino High School, and with the help of Jamie Rios, is going to be hosting the Mr. Cardinal Ambassador Program at 2017 at the Sturgis Theater. For more information on that event, which is a great event that Jamie Rios does for the students there at San Bernardino High School, contact him at 909-881-8217. Tuesday, April 11th at 10 a.m., there's a San Bernardino and Community Organization meeting located at the Arrowhead Event Center. I think it's a monthly meeting that they have to discuss issues amongst business owners and constituents about what's happening within our community throughout the city. It's located at 180 South Arrowhead Avenue. Contact Eileen Hards at 909-384-5694. Wednesday, April 26th at 9 a.m., there's the San Bernardino Police Department Southwest District Coffee with a Cop and Michael's Burgers located at 940 West Highland Avenue. For more information, again, contact Eileen Hards at 909-384-5694. April 29th is going to be a pretty busy day in our city with a lot of things going on for our constituents and giving us a new look. I'm pretty sure these have been mentioned, but I just want to go through the schedule that's going to happen. 7 a.m., there's the Lido Creek Park revitalization. 8 a.m., the Community Day of Service at Succumbi Lake and Pioneer Park. At 8 a.m., the Community Residential Dump Day at San Manuel Stadium parking lot. And also, on April 29th, there's going to be a mulch day. So we're going into the spring and we want to conserve water over the summertime. There's going to be 3 locations throughout the Sacking Board where you can go and collect as much mulch as you want free of charge, provided by Burtect. The 3 locations are going to be somewhere located around Home Depot parking lot, the Smart and Final, and Paris Hill Park. They'll be issuing out or letting people come, take truckloads or however much you want to take from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. on April 29th. Just want to give an update on Baseline and the pothole situation. For those that have driven down Baseline, you may notice that the westbound lanes have been all taken care of from the eastern part of the city to at least, I know, to the 215, and it's still going down the Baseline. And it is going to be coming back to take care of the eastward bound lanes. But great job to our Public Works Department for taking care of that. Also, as my colleague Jim Mulvihill mentioned, Sheriff McMahon did talk to us about, the Bill 953. He also spoke to us about SB 54, which talks about sanctuary cities. Essentially, to wrap it up in a nutshell and not take too long, all the cities in California are pretty much going to become sanctuary cities because of the fact that local law enforcement throughout the state, do not hold inmates or people that are being released for the additional 24 hours that ICE has requested them to do that. Because, again, no funds and their time. Because of that, I guess, non-compliance, it puts us all, the whole entire state, into the status as not complying with the federal government, therefore making us all sanctuary cities in a sense. And this is coming down the line in 2 to 3 years where this is going to be happening, if this deal is an issue in 2 to 3 years. But he spoke a lot about it. So get familiar with SB 54, so that there is a lot of other information that he spoke about. But it's some information to be aware of, and of how it's going to impact local law enforcement, and that which is a big issue, not only here in our city, but throughout all of our communities in the state of California. But last and final thing, just want to let you guys know that on Wednesday, April 5th, there's going to be a barbecue with our local baseball team, the San Bernardino 66ers, and everybody has an opportunity to go meet the team. They're going to have a barbecue from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. The cost is $15, but it involves, hot dogs, hamburgers, all you can eat, whatever they have there. And also, there's other things happening within our baseball team, the 66ers, here throughout the month as baseball season is starting to ramp up again. And they have a lot of exciting events and good deals for everybody in our community. So support our local 66ers, and I'll see you at the game. Thank you, Mayor. The barbecue is on Wednesday, April 5th, this Wednesday. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Marquez.
Thank you, Your Honor. It is with a heavy heart that I note the passing of Mr. Danny Flores, who passed away on Monday, March 20th. Danny was a veteran of the U.S. Army. He was also a lifetime resident of San Bernardino and was a very, very proud constituent of the First Ward. Danny was the original founder of Salute to the Root Veterans Day program, which has been going strong since 2000. Danny will always be remembered for his love of veterans issues, classic cars, choppers, and oldies but goodies. Danny will be missed by many of us. May you rest in peace, Danny. I'm going to miss you. I would also like to ask Mayor Davis if we can adjourn this council meeting in his memory. And shifting gears, I want to acknowledge John Paul. He's the Chief Deputy City Clerk, who I think is doing a phenomenal job, and I want to congratulate you. You're a city clerk in a making. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. at the Police Department, there will be a Crimes Victims' Rights Week candlelight vigil. That again will be tomorrow night at the San Bernardino Police Department at 710 North D Street from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. This year, on April 23rd, the mayors of the city of Colton, Fontana, Rialto, and San Bernardino are hosting the second annual Mayor's Freeway Jazz Festival in the city of Rialto. We're thrilled to assist Rialto Mayor Deborah Robinson raise money for the group Athletes for Life that provides guidance and leadership programs to the youth in all of our communities. Mayor Robinson is a member of the board that was founded by NFL running back Greg Bell. I also would like to announce that the State of the City will be held on Friday, April 28th. It will be held once again at the San Bernardino International Airport Domestic Terminal. Reception will begin at 5 p.m. The program will be at 6 p.m. and the evening will conclude at 7 p.m. So we're looking forward to all those who would like to participate in the State of the City. City Attorney?
No announcements, Mayor.
City Manager? All right, thank you. We'd like to close this meeting in memory of Danny Flores. This meeting is adjourned until 2 p.m. Monday, April 17th, here in the council chambers. Thank you and good night. Drive safely.